When there's nothing left but the fire in my chest and the air that fills my lungs, I'll hold my tears and trade my ears for a glimpse at kingdom come. On the other side of misery, there's a world we long to see. The strife we share will take us there to relief and sovereignty. Oh my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. In our own towns, we're foreigners now. Our names are spat and cursed. The headline smack of another attack, not the last and not the worst. Oh, my fathers, they look down on me. I wonder what they feel to see their noble sons driven down beneath a coward's heel. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. The road is dark, the way is lost. My eyes, they strain to see. I struggle forth to find a friend to light the way for me. Oh, brothers, can you hear my voice, or am I all alone? If there's no fire to guide my way, then I will start my own. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home.
Featured stories today, a Mother's Day reflection. We is our guide to a more perfect union. The greatest we lives inside the human heart, and it's one filled with anti-white hatred, as you will see. Let's work for global anti-imperialist reproductive justice on this Mother's Day. Why not skip that a bit? Flying first class, luxurious treat, or insidious bastion of racism, as well as a Russian war surprise coming soon, and not to a theater near you. Going for lesson of the day, thought leaders in the white sympathetic sphere. What's going on with them? It's pertinent given yesterday's review of the debate debacle. MPs, white supremacy, bigotry, systematic racism, etc. needs to be crushed. And whites having a preference for non-whites is virtuous? We'll discuss both of those, as well as another reading from my nonfiction book, Crucible, Child Patriot, American Victory. Of course, your calls and comments. And then there is this. What starts with D and ends with ick? Drumstick, you filthy... I can't even tell an innocent joke here on the show. And we are going free. It is 5 p.m. in Washington, D.C., which is Mordor on the Potomac, outside of the once great state of Virginia, 7 in Sydney, 10 in London, and midnight in Moscow, where military plans are afoot. We can talk about that and many other things as well. If you would like to financially gift over the course of this gathering, I would deeply appreciate it. You can do so over at Entropy at a cost of 15% to you. It is in the description below. You can also do so at Cash App at no cost to you or me. You may also go on over to Odyssey, and it is at a cost of 15% to you as well. And there may even be the possibility of doing it at Rumble. You can do it. You can do it. And if you can do it at Rumble, please let me know that it works over there, because I don't know yet. But having said that, you may also financially gift in a cryptocurrency. You can head on over to nowhiteguilt.org. It's over there somewhere. I don't know why I was pointing that direction, but I think if you were to go out into the internet world, you would find it's that direction from the direction I'm in right now in the real physical universe. Nowhiteguilt.org, nowhiteguilt.org, nowhiteguilt.org. Please bookmark that, and the afterparty.tv. The afterparty.tv. You thought I was going to say it, didn't you? You can head on over to nowhiteguilt.org and click on the financial gift tab. I think it's somewhere around the top of the website, and you will be able to financially gift me by way of the cryptocurrency wallets that are addresses that are available there to you. I would deeply appreciate it. Cryptocurrency is doing a bit of a nosedive, a lot of nosebleeds going on these days, but you can still do a bit of good. You can still do a bit of good before you hit rock bottom and you crawl your way out of your dreams of cryptocurrency millions. Nonetheless, do so for the good that we're doing here. You can also find a snail mail address over there, a snail mail address. That's where you can send those letters. We see Art Acrobats is with us, Southern Bloom, Brand Danger, Promethean Promulgation, Fit and Healthy at Any Age. Great to see you all. Caesar is with us. Bane is with us. Please, while we are here at the very beginning of the gathering, grab the URL. Grab that URL. Head on out to your circles of influence. Head on out where people hate you and drop the URL. Tell them there's a wonderful gathering going on. We're going to have a hell of a time. I see the great Mrs. Jess Horst is here. Feanor from the Silly Marillion. Great to see you as well. So many champions. Wonderful to be among them. Troggy Trog is here with us. Great to see you. Western Kind Artist Life. The one and only, our dear young lady, Ladybug. Great to see you, Sugar. And the wonderful Elaine Sabatino is here. So is Roy Danton, bringing the trolls to bay. And I see that John is here. There's the great Fornell. Wonderful to see you. And Jim is here as well. And so is the champion Yiz, the eunuch and unifier is with us. Bell Curve. Notice that racist turtle at the beginning of the gathering. Did you see the racist turtle? What in the world? What in the world? It liked white tennis shoes and immediately attacked black tennis shoes. I'm sure as white men and women, we will all soon be fleeced to make sure that turtles and tortoises around the world get their dose of anti-whiteism and begin to make amends for all of the harm that turtles have done to the black race throughout eternity. Every 7-year-old black person deserves eternity of payments for that suffering. Sneed is here. Bane Clandestine, Odinsire, and Jay. Wonderful to see you all. And we have some great things to talk about today. We had a hell of a show yesterday, a roll-in going free. It was a lot of fun. We reviewed. If you didn't get an opportunity to see it, you should watch as soon as we're done here. As soon as we're done here, you can jump on over and watch that video just from yesterday. We reviewed Richard Spencer and Mark Collett's debate debacle. And you'll discover there, and I think you won't see this kind of thing anywhere else. I mean, it seems to be that only we can get into these matters as deeply as this. But you'll find there that you have these two leaders in the white sympathetic sphere. One, a former leader, sort of fallen from grace, a lot like Satan and Lucifer. and another still riding high. In fact, tomorrow there's going to be a Channel 4 expose done on Mark Collett over in the, so it's Channel 4 in the UK, and I think it's at 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and it will potentially, and I can be corrected on this, be aired over on Laura Towler's DLive channel. So make sure you look out for that. We want to see what happens. Who knows? They might even talk about me. That would be great. The anti-whites going on. But of course, this is all about Mark. Now, the debate debacle was very interesting because these two leaders, a former and current, in the white sympathetic sphere, they're supposed to be debating the war in Ukraine, the Russian invasion, the war in Ukraine, but instead it immediately goes off the rails, and they're going back and forth. And by the midway toward the end, you really get to dig into what almost looks like momentarily a lover's quarrel. But of course, it's not a lover's quarrel. What made it seem that way was the emotions that were being uncovered. It was as though they were totally oblivious to the fact, and perhaps they were because they were so invested in this conversation, oblivious to the fact that they had many thousands watching at that time and many thousands yet to watch. And they were revealing quite a few things. At points, one was on the couch and the other was on the couch. It was very interesting. Emotions were revealed, and genuine sentiments came to the surface. We addressed a lot of that, and I hope you'll check it out and then share that video widely, but only once we're done here. Because if you head over there now and you decide to watch that, watch me in yesterday rather than me in live right now, we will hunt you down. We will find you and we will punish you. And it won't be the kind of punishment you like. I know a lot of you ladies out there, you like a little bit of the, I get it. I totally get, believe me, I get it. I get it. But it won't be that kind of punishment. No. It won't be a sitting down problem for the rest of the week. It'll be my legs. Where did my legs go? Why don't we jump into this first article that we have up, and we'll see what you all are having to say as we roll with the champions. A Mother's Day reflection. We is our guide to a more perfect union. Well, when they say union, what are they talking about? Are they talking about the United States? Always talking about this coming. Of course, this comes from back during the War for Southern Independence, and also, of course, may have been iterated elsewhere. Thank you. I do look amazing. That's wonderful of you to say, Ladybug. And so we're working toward a more perfect union where you shackle people. You supposedly are breaking people out of. You know what's interesting? We were just looking at this Johnny Depp thing, and they were, he's got the whole divorce thing going. He's beating her up. She's beating him up. It's back and forth. And I think I will head over there potentially when they're back in session and talk to some of the loons that are standing around the courthouse. I've already taken you all over there. Who else did that? Taking you all over there. Was a peaceful, lovely day. The loons had gone home, and but we'll go back when the loons are out. It's like hunting for photographs, not for anything else. Photographs, and we'll track them down. The loons. By the way, rose-breasted grosbeak, brand new bird in the yard today. A beautiful little. Actually, it's a little bigger than I expected a rose-breasted grosbeak to be. Lovely little bird. Check it out. But there will be some other creatures out there, birds of various types, that are not lovely whatsoever, but we'll have fun talking to them. Nonetheless, there is this claim that Johnny Depp is related to some woman, and her name escapes me right now. Somebody will put it into the live chat. And she is a black woman, and she was the first woman, and I think it was in the 1600s? Could that be right? Who sued for her freedom in Virginia for her and her son, and she won. But wait a second, I thought that all the black people in the South and the southern states were just horribly set upon and brutalized day and night, and it was all the way up into the late 1800s before finally these wonderful folks decided they were going to kill more than 500,000 white people in an effort to just free blacks. Even though, of course, the very first battle of the War for Southern Independence was fought on property right here in Manassas, Virginia, that was owned by a free black family. But this woman, I just thought it was very amusing that she sued for her freedom for her and her son in a very young Virginia and won that and lived here free. Isn't that something? Well, we're going to talk about this more perfect union that the anti-whites, they'll take any bit of speech and they will press it into the service of anti-whiteism. And maybe that's what's happening here. I haven't read the article yet, but it does feel this way. The greatest we lives inside the human heart, types drunkenly Walter Souza, I guess, columnist. He's not allowed to be a regular columnist. He must not be potty trained. My mother was my hero. My mother was my hero. What an opening line. My mommy was my hero. Mom cared about women's rights. Wow, I guess that made her your hero. Children's rights. Wait a second. Before we go any further, did mom care about the rights of white people? How about white males? Let's see. Maybe they're excluded. Human rights. Oh, human rights. We know that human rights excludes white males. And people's access, what? People's access to food, healthcare, and education. Okay. No food for you. Mom ensured that me and my siblings, wow, this was a good mother, because apparently she fed the children. I mean, when things have gotten so bad with anti-whiteism, when they've gotten so bad that you're bragging about, mom fed us. It's like you see in a certain community out there. I won't say which community, but you see in a certain community where they're like, he got a job. He got a job. It's the best as it gets. Kind of no, that's like what you're supposed to do. He hadn't gone to jail yet. Well, no, you kind of want to stay out of jail. That's kind of baseline. Mom ensured that me and my siblings were fed. Wow, this is good too. I mean, if only all mothers could be as good as to ensure that the children were clothed. So fed and clothed. Unlike all us little white kids run around naked. Just run around naked. No mama to dress us. That made sure we were educated. Even after my dad left. Uh-oh. Maybe there was a nerve we just touched upon there. You mean dad left the family? You mean dad disappeared? Do you know who dad is? You may belong to other groups that are not the group that I'm in. And of course, the group that I am in is just sheer awesomeness with the rest of you. Even after my dad left, when I was almost 4 years old, we lived quite a distance. Boy, this is the effect that this person had on dad. That's how bad this person was as a baby. I'm sure it had nothing to do with mom being an absolute witch. We lived quite a distance from the hospital, or, she was just breeding around town. That can also be problematic. We lived quite a distance from the hospital. And when I was sick, I could not walk. She carried me on her back for miles. Well, what does that have to do? Did you have to go to the... Oh, I see. So you went and got free health care at the hospital on our fucking dollars. That's what happened. You were carried to the hospital and you got free health care on our fucking dollars. I don't know. I don't see where you thank us. I really want to thank white people for paying. Oh, no, that's not there. What a surprise. What a surprise. Mom was a teacher. She taught me how to read and write. Okay. Mom also taught me to never hesitate to fight injustice. Well, you are born, if you're anti-white, and it's sounding increasing like this is a non-white anti-white, that you are born as a soldier in the fight against Western kind and Western civilization. That's what's expected of you. That's why so many non-white people, when they come away from that, They're like bathing all the time, and it looks like they're pulling cobwebs off of them. They're like, Jesus, I just can't get it off. They just wanted me to hate white people all day long. I can never get away from it. They're like the mafia. You don't get to leave the mafia. Mom was a teacher. She taught us how to read and write. She taught me to fight injustice. I'm writing to fight racism, the anti-white slur which you don't use, and all forms of injustice, and deal with hate in a country that has a long history of hate. I see. So maybe we were just totally accurate at the very beginning of this, that you were an anti-white piece of filth, probably also a non-white anti-white, and you are going to make a more perfect union on Mother's Day. Happy Mother's Day to all of you mommies out there, especially Mrs. Jess Horst, 9 of them. Happy Mother's Day. Be a good mom. Inoculate your white babies against anti-whiteism. I don't know about the other vaccinations out there, but you need to get busy inoculating your babies against your white children, whatever their age, against anti-whiteism, or they'll turn against you and our civilization. It's that simple. To love America is to fight injustice. Well, what do they mean here? What is this statement here? Fight injustice. What does it mean to this Sousa? What it means is white people, everything that white people created. I have not read this. And I guarantee you, we're going to find out that it's baked into the system. Because why? White people created it, which means what? All the non-white people out there that like things like Law and Order and best man or woman gets the job and all of these norms of Western civilization, justice, civility. We could go on for hours. Don't have time for that. All that they like, that's all going to be destroyed because white people established it. All right. That's why you need to join us to put an end to anti-whiteism. It's the great evil of this age, and the greatest people of all races and backgrounds are coming to put an end to it. And it needs to be you to fight injustice. That's why you can't listen to their words, ladies and gentlemen. You just can't. You cannot. You have to see what they really mean. Equal justice under law is a vital ingredient for the American. Well, it's not a fucking experiment, you anti-white POS. Anytime you see this American experiment, that is a meme pathogen. As we hit the bottom of the first hour, a meme pathogen. It is an anti-white concept that undermines you. You can now go and listen to a Republican dickless wonder, and I am including the women there, or a conservative leader content creator, and you will hear them use this concept, this American experiment. There was no experiment. The founding fathers made it very clear what they were doing in the United States, and it was the creation of Western civilization for Western kind. If they wanted to give it to the world, if they wanted to give it to everybody, they would have written that in to the Constitution. They would have written that into the founding documents. But no, in fact, they restricted citizenship to free white people of good character. So it wasn't just for white people, because if you were white in a POS, no. They were creating a civilization that, if you want to talk about melting pot, which that didn't come around until a Jewish person in the UK came up with that garbage. Wasn't that right? A Jewish person in the UK in a play came up with this. Well, if the founding fathers were thinking melting pot at all, it was of white ethnicities. And that's what happened here in the United States. Every white ethnicity that came in was able to very easily adopt the biospirit that was manifested in the United States because it was their biospirit. Who has a problem with it? Everyone else. Yes, there are wonderful individuals of every background, every immutable characteristic that can easily partake and participate and contribute when they want to. But we have seen, we're talking about assimilation. How long have the Jews been hanging out with us? Have they disappeared? Have they assimilated? I don't think there is such a thing. There is either you have the biospirit of a people or you don't. That is the reality. American experiment. Boy, that got me hot right off the bat. I mean, technically, I'm hot just all the time. But right now, that infuriated me. To create a more perfect union, we must not be a nation where the highest tribunal protects qualified immunity, a law that shields police officers accused, of killing innocent people. Oh boy, you know where they don't kill innocent non-white people is in non-white countries. So maybe you need to go be FOB on the shores of those lands. Yet fails to protect voting rights. Oh my God, these people are nuts. And is now threatening women's rights. Okay, let me explain a right to you, pieces of shit. Let me explain a right to you. A right cannot involve the servitude of another human being. Do you get it? You cannot have a right to an abortion because that would require another person to do it. And if nobody wanted to do it for you, if nobody wanted to abort the baby for you, then they would have to be pressed into service, which is called slavery. So they're talking about rights all the time. And then you see all these people out there. Who else does this for you? Who else? You just see somebody will come up before you and they'll tell you their take on something. They'll give you something witty and then they'll move on. I actually empower you. That's what we do here. That's what all of these champions that you look into this live chat and the thread afterward, that's what they do. That's what because they know that if you get stronger, then they get stronger because our people get stronger. Never debate an anti-white on these rights. You tell them what I just told you. Healthcare is a right. Go to hell. Go to hell. We must not be a nation where structural, here you have it, another mean pathogen. Boy, this thing is full. Mom fed us. Mom put clothing on us. We were above average because of it. We must not be a nation where structural anti-white slur, racism, and implied bias. You can't see it in the laws. You can't see it in people's actions. It's just in the ether and so invisible. And so that's the reason we get to victimize you, Western kind. That's the reason we get to white erase your education system, your system of laws and codes and norms. Those are the reasons why we get to do that. Implicit bias drive medical care providers to dismiss the concerns of Black women, which doesn't happen. This is the anti-white narrative. Call it for what it is. Don't just make fun of them and don't just say they're in a fantasy world. Their world is more real than yours. Because even though it's fiction that their memories are charged with, those memories are in part of the brain that can't tell the difference between reality and fiction. That's why they end up at your house. Like right now, did I predict this about the Supreme Court justices? You want to go back? You want to go back just days and see what I said? Maybe the leak was so that they could be pressured. And this decision in this rough draft could be reversed because that's happened. And now all the Supreme Court justices' homes have mobs outside. Of course, were CNN's cameras there? Because I'm not sure if that happened or not, whether or not CNN's cameras were present. But this is just my opinion. Maybe I'm just an entertainer. Maybe that's not happening, although there's quite a lot of footage. It looks like it. I'm sure, though, it's Putin faking it. Dismiss the concerns of Black women, such that, quote, Black women are 3 times more likely to die from pregnancy-related causes than white women, close quote, according to the Center for Disease Control and Prevention. All right, so that is equity in medicine, which means that no white person can be healthier than the sickest non-white person. If you want to change that, because that is becoming, not in the future, not at some point, right now, that is becoming your reality. So if you want something other than that, you better pick up the method of going free, engage in this practice every single day, empower yourself, access your latent abilities, and spread this to people as a curative contagion who will want to learn it, and they will want to learn it because it empowers them. Do it quickly so that this will reach people where they are with the power they hold, and we can change the world. There's not going to be a big movement. There's not going to be marches in the streets. There is not going to be any sort of forceful takeover. All of that is foolish fancy, mostly for people. I mean, I guess I will say many of whom are sane, but they're just charlatans. They're just mountebanks. Others are fucking retards. They're retardus. Retardus. That's what they are. Somebody get out that TARDIS, because now we've got a retardus affliction, pandemic spreading over Western civilization. Nothing but retarduses everywhere. Never seen so many phone booths, especially now that we have cellular technology. So do not fall into the trap either of why are black women 3 times more likely to die from pregnancy? Of course, everyone knows that it's not because they're not being treated. It's not because people refuse to see them. How many doctor's offices have you gone to that say no black women here? No, but these idiots, because it doesn't say that, they say, no, they just feel like they can't. Maybe they don't give a fuck about their health. Maybe that's the problem. Maybe genetically they're predisposed to things that afflict them, and they don't investigate and see physicians for this problem. Maybe that is a genetic outcome that cannot be changed yet. But they don't want to talk about that, because that would mean that everybody is not the same and just wearing a different paint job. But you know, at every Republican function, not the Republicans, not the conservatives in the crowd, but you know the leaders, they're all, I don't see color. I don't see color at all. As they're getting bludgeoned to death by somebody saying, I'm killing you because you're white. We must not be a nation that deprioritizes fighting child poverty in America, yet prioritize spending trillions of tax dollars in fighting wars. Well, you know what? I'm actually in agreement there. Yes, enough with the wars. Enough. We'll talk about coming up at 5:40 right now outside of Mordor on the Potomac. And we should not be spending more money on wars. We should not be. Of course, most of it's just being stolen. You think all this money that's going to Ukraine is going? It's just being. Ukraine is like the giant laundering mat of the world. They just funneling money in there, and people are getting filthy rich off of it. And the weapons are going there, though. So yes, let's quit with the wars. No more wars. We need justice to become a more perfect union. Of course, what we know justice, what does justice actually mean here? What is it being used as a euphemism for? Anti-whiteism. We need more anti-whiteism. You have to translate these things when you read them. Do not listen. This is modern warfare, for sake. Even though the founders, and this person's going to attempt to speak for the founders here or interpret them. You know, if it's illegitimate for me to look at like Chinese philosophers and interpret them, then no non-white person can interpret white people. That's just how we're going to roll from now on. Even though the founders didn't exactly describe what the perfect union might look like. Actually, they fucking did. Have you read any of it? Shit for brains? Or are you just lying? We still hope that we can white erase the fuck out of America. God, what a miserable turd. We still hope that the guiding principles of the U.S. Constitution would serve as our roadmap to a more perfect union. Because of injustice, boy, this is getting laborious, isn't it? The path to a more perfect union has never been free of thorns, rocks, and barriers of all sorts. That's you white people and your projections. You understand? On our way to a more perfect union, feet get wounded, bodies get wounded, spirits get wounded, lives are lost. What? Is that a threat? The hope is that we will show. This is poorly written. It's like, I just can't get started. The hope is that we will show up to rescue each other like the Good Samaritan, who shows up as a neighbor, a preacher, teacher, nurse, police officer, state legislator, governor, social worker, and a friend. You know what? We did that in the United States. We've done that in every way. That's normal for white people. That is normal. And you know what else we did? We decided to let you all, non-white people, participate in this perfect environment. Near perfect, because you're always moving toward perfect is a goal rather than a place. And we invited you to participate. And we gave you rights, and we allowed you to go into our schools and our businesses and allowed you to get jobs and all kinds of things. We did this, gave you access to the technology that we created. And we thanked you for your contributions. And now you're burning us to the ground because you want it all. You don't want our charity. You don't want our good-heartedness. You don't want our godliness. You don't want our friendship. You want our women on their backs for you, anti-whites of all races included in that. You want everything we've ever worked for and created, anti-whites of all races. And you want the last vestige of us white erased from civilization. The we I'm talking about can be abstract. Of course, it's always abstract when it comes to the anti-whites. You notice that when you have a conversation with them? Yeah, really? Tell me about the exact instance that you witnessed a white person brutalize and beat the hell out of a non-white person for being non-white. And I want to see the police report because surely you called the police. Oh, well, yeah, I didn't call the police that time, but you know, this kind of thing happens. I mean, what about when a non-white guy is walking down the street and he gets yelled at? Wait a second, what non-white guy? Well, this is like a general thing. It's in the abstract. No, I'm not. I don't want to hear about your fucking fiction. It can seem too far to grasp, hard to implement, hard to integrate into our human nature, hard to make it an effective tool to defeat injustice. You know why I don't put a welcome mat out front? Because the world is like this, and I'm honest. Gosh, this person just drones on and on. Oh, here he is. So he is a Black Hispanic. I never would have guessed that. I thought he was like from Norway. The greatest we lives inside the. He goes on like this for many paragraphs. Most of them are way too small. Who's he writing for? All the way down, it's like this. It is the we with the power. He's giving like a MLK speech. It is the we with the power to end polarization. To end polarization, you've done nothing but establish a polarized context. Are you that stupid? How much of a midget wit are you? This is our nation's only chance to become a more perfect union. We got to get rid of white people. He writes frequently on the intersections of spirituality, anti-racism, and social justice. And he can be reached at, I won't give it out, because you know what the anti-whites will do. They'll say, oh, we're going to take that channel down of yours there. You got a nice channel over there. It'd be a shame if it disappeared. First Last is with us. Great to see you. Coca-Cola. Hello. Dude Bro Moment is here. The Cat Slave. The Cat Slave. That sounds like the title to a porno. Why don't we go ahead and we're going to jump into let's work for global anti-imperialist reproductive justice this Mother's Day. Right after taking a look at entropy. Everybody get out your raucous emojis and your 07s for the salute. That's what it is, folks, a salute for Dude Pro Moment, who financially gifted $50 50. Once again, God bless you, man. God bless you. That is fantastic. For white well-being, he writes here. What a champ. What a champ. Fit and healthy at any age. as well. Dubro Moment writes for White Wellbeing and fitted healthy at any age, financially gifting $5. God bless you, good brother. Great to see you. Right, wrote here. Had great success yesterday at church using anti-white, Western kind, and supplanted the MP diversity with MC white erasure. It was like a light went off in my fellow's eyes when I said the latter. We must all live for these moments. Keep it Promethean. Man, that's fantastic. I'm going to read that again. Listen to this, folks. This is how we change the world. The practice of going free is a curative contagion. When Fit and Healthy at Any Age used these concepts, they were immediately adopted. These other things, these other concepts, these other words, these locutions, nonce words, they can be fun. People adopt them like this. You know, I watched people in a chat who had no idea what some other chat, I'm not going to say, they had no idea what several words were, and they asked what they were. Then they were immediately using them in the live chat, and you know they then go out and use them elsewhere. Such a crock of shit to not use the concepts that save our people. These are magic words. And we have endless evidence of their success. And here is more. Had great success yesterday at church using the concept anti-white, the concept Western kind, and then he supplanted the meme pathogen, MP, diversity, with the MC, meme curative, white erasure. So he's, instead of saying it's diversity, he said this is white erasure. He says it was like a light went off in my, he says, fellows, like audience's eyes, when I said the latter. We must all live for these moments. Kip. Now that is a powerful victory. Fit and Healthy at Any Age felt it in that moment. Like, oh my God. For the first time in my life, I shared something with folks that I saw immediately them going, oh shit. Yeah, and what he's seeing there is the person thinking, oh my gosh, I can use that. That's powerful. That can be used again and again and again throughout and that's what will happen. That's why we call it a curative contagion. Well done. Here's the eunuch and unifier with us. Wonderful to see you, sister. $5 financial gift. Thank you so much. Weekly folk tithe for all the mothers in the white well-being community raising their children right with the Go Free method. Happy Mother's Day, everyone. A little white heart emoji. Happy Mother's Day to you too, sister. That's fantastic. Let me see what we have over here. And remember, tag me if you want me to see what you're writing to me. That's at No White Guilt, at No White Guilt. Doesn't matter what platform you're on. I got monitors all around me, high doses of radiation. You're going to show up one day, and either I'm going to actually be a superhero or I'm going to have an arm coming right out of the top of my head, and I will transition from this to apple picking. I will be the best ever. Tag me as No White Guilt, and then I'll be able to see. Or you may financially gift, and then I will definitely see and read your comment or question. Or you can jump on over to the Tall Kevin widget, also known as the question widget over on Entropy, and you can find the URL for that platform and therefore that widget in the description below. Just splunk down, just rappel down, just sound that what is it on the submarine, that that boo boo, you know, and you're going down. The alarm is on. Brace yourself. The sub is going down. You're going to go down and you're going to find the URL, and you'll find there that if you're in the question widget, you will not be your comment or question won't be disappeared unless you or I delete it. It won't roll away. So let me make sure this is all right. I see Vexed Peril is with us. Victorian Time Traveler knows exactly what I'm talking about here. Nationalist Scallywag says, is the last No White Guilt is the last of channels that I like to watch that still has live chat enabled. Respect. Well, much respect back to you, good brother. Cat Slave said, you made me mad. about what you said about my cat name, the cat slave. Crystal is here. Great to see you. King Kunta is here. Hello to you. Fuffy. Hello, Fuffy. Oh, little Fuffy. Want a biscuit? The Great Slaughts is here. Another champion in the trenches, making it happen. And T96. Now, the T96. No, that's not a Russian tank. Doe is here. Great to see you. And there was somebody else, and I saw the name. And Machiavelli Sucks is here. Great to see you. And the great Franklin is with us. Wonderful to see you, brother. I'm going to swivel back around. I don't see any more comments, and I don't. Let's make sure I didn't miss any gifts over here. Nope, didn't miss anybody, so that's good. Hello to everybody on Odyssey and D Live. Wonderful to see you. Jumping on over to quickly, let's work for global anti-imperialist reproductive justice this Mother's Day. Okay. Across the United States this Mother's Day, the right to have control over one's body is under attack. More than 530 abortion the right to control one's body. My gosh. More than the anti-whites are so shameless. They love to say, you're going to get the vaccination. I don't care about your control over your body. And we're going to be able to rip the fetuses out because I want control over my body. More than 530 abortion restrictions have been introduced in 42 states. The Supreme Court is on the precipice of delivering a lethal blow to Roe versus Wade. Conservative forces are denying people access to reproductive health care through birth control. They're denying people access. Through birth control, safe abortion. Safe abortion? Are we looking at a new MP? Safe abortion, all the way up to the moment of birth. That's what the Democrats, as I understand, are pushing forward as a bill right now. They might try to pull back a little bit on that. But I think they said that the day, all the way up to the day before birth. But how can you say what day that's going to be? So it's really the day of birth. And in my, honest, layman's opinion, infertility care and prenatal and obstetric care while compounding psychological harm. You see, we're all screwed up down here. All us white hating monsters are all screwed up because you made us that way. You get it? It's always white people's fault. While the U.S. grapples with the breach of confidentiality, revealing the looming reversal of Roe. Now, of course, this is where the anti-whites are going to take both sides. They're going to say that you're responsible for and they'll call it a hack when it gets to that point. It won't be a whistleblower or anything like that. And it can't be. And what's also interesting is the Supreme Court has their own police force. And that police force is not allowing, as far as I understand, check it out with CNN, is not allowing the FBI or Department of Justice or anybody else to help with the investigation. So it's going to be interesting if they come back. There's really only a handful, well, obviously a little bit more than a handful, as in 5, but not many. It's like in the teens of people who could have had access. And so it should be easy to figure out who did this. But anti-whites will take both sides, as always, as long as they get to an anti-white conclusion. And what has this done? It was the first thing that I said that the intentional leak would be for, which is that these things, first rough draft and all of these other drafts, the reason they're written is that justices have in the ruling winning opinion, they need to give the justices that aren't on board an opportunity to write their rebuttal. And so they have to put this thing together, and it doesn't happen often, but apparently it does happen, where in the earliest drafts, a justice could be on one side and then change their opinion. This is what I'm told. I'm not involved. I'm not actually in the Supreme Court. I have been there. I was invited there and to hear cases, but many years ago. But and this is what it seemed to me. You get this out there, and then the mobs will go to these people's houses, as they did, and then begin threatening their lives. I mean, think about this. You are seeing, this is not a dream. Pinch yourself. Wake up and realize that this is actually happening. That mobs of anti-whites are not only showing up at the homes of staffers, of congressmen and women, senators, House members, also the actual Senate members' houses, House members' houses, but now also at the homes of judges, and sheriffs' homes, mobs of them, to threaten their lives. That is tyranny as clear as it gets. I mean, we're at the point where when the glove is off, the trench coat is open, they're showing you all what they have to show, and it's not much as anti-whites. I mean, they don't have. In fact, it's kind of like when you see, it's like, is that a man or a woman? Maybe a little boy? No, it's a little girl. That's a belly button. That's definitely a belt, but I'm not sure what that is between. Are those thighs? My God. I mean, they're exposing it all. And they're out in front, and we saw on a tweet this one sign that said something like, correct me if I'm wrong, but this one sign that said something like, save the fetus when it's non-white, non-male, non-Christian. I don't know how many babies come out of the womb with a crucifix or what. I mean, that would be a scary sight. But this is their, if they can go, and they are, to the homes of justices, if they can be so terrifying from above, anti-whites with wealth and power, and below, crazy anti-whites that are willing to just ruin their life, waste their life because it's not worth living, in order to end yours, or to terrorize yours, or to end one of your family members' lives. You are in the blackest of tyranny. You are in hell. There is no escaping that sort of madness. It's going to burn to the ground. We have to work fast. We have to work real fast in spreading the lexicon. Stop with the nonsense of looking around for some sort of a marching, shouting, whatever, because these people can harass and terrorize Supreme Court justices, dozens and scores and hundreds outside of the conservative Supreme Court members' homes, and squat happens. If you show up by yourself at one house of a Chucky Schumer or something like this, and you decide you're going to harass those people, they will put your ass under the jail forever. So there's no time for those. That other stuff is lost. It is long lost, and there is no hiding. You're not going to be able to hide anywhere and wait this out. That same mob that can get to a Supreme Court justice home, Kavanaugh house, they can find your bunker. And they're taking everything. Everything you bought, by the way, is on record. The government knows. Unless you paid cash, and then they still might know. Conservative forces are denying people all of this access. While the U.S. grapples with the breach of confidentiality, the struggle for abortion access feels more urgent than ever before. Now, of course, you're not going to lose your ability to have an abortion in the United States. Most states will, maybe even all states, will permit it under some circumstance. Most states, or many states, probably most, will end up permitting it as a form of birth control. But they don't care about that. They're so low IQ'd, they're literally like zombies, that they can just be fired up, punched in the face with a stuffed animal until they get frothing mad, and then pointed in your direction. And it doesn't do you any good to say, but look what they can do and we can't do. Yeah, exactly. You've got to do something else than complain. Our society tends to frame this struggle in white, middle-class terms, as if the theoretical right to choose abortion under the law translate into all people having the ability to make choices and control their bodies. It does target, that's the whole idea. And I explained this on Twitter the other day. Abortion targets white people, in my opinion, of course. All of the ads of women that are living their best lives because they're kid-free, they're white women. You can see it everywhere. When they show women being surrounded by loving families, it's with non-white women. And the non-white children are everywhere. The fact that abortion clinics are in a driving range of non-white people does not mean that there's a concerted effort to abort non-white people, dumbasses. I'm sure you're all brilliant people. I take that back. I'm trying to be nicer to dumbasses out there. And so I just want to say that I'm sure you're very smart. And if I could pat you on the head, I would love to. But the fact that these clinics are in driving range of where non-white people might live means that anti-whiteism, society, is a dynamism beyond the comprehension of the human brain. And so to anthropomorphize the functioning of that infinitely complex dynamism is to be a child. It is to be a midwit at best. And those people that so many folks think are so bright because they can cite all like periods in history and philosophers and all that kind of, that's called a good memory, maybe even exceptional memory. But if they're citing those same things, they're dumb. Their actual ability to process is low or average or what have you. Memory and processing ability are not the same thing in the human animal. You need to realize this. The reason why, one of the many reasons why, is because this is another service that can be fleeced from the tax-paying base, which is this white booby livestock out there, something else to rob from them and give to somebody else. You get to victimize white people some more and give it to somebody else. How dare you? Could you imagine? I mean, just think, use your brain for a moment. The government's out there, the anti-whites are out there, and they're telling all these white women in their books, in their novels, in their magazines, on their TV shows, your best life is childless. That's your best life. And the way to remain childless is all of these different means of birth control, including abortion. And then they make this available to these white women. Now, how long do you think it's going to be before, and this our fictional town here, how long do you think it's going to be before anti-whites show up and say, wait a second, you mean you're giving something to whitey that you're not giving to everybody else? No, we're not going to stand for that. We're going to make whitey pay for it to be given to everybody else. That's how you end up with clinics in driving distance. I mean, a lot of these people, Alex Jones, for example, for whatever good that he has done or does, we'll talk about abortion clinics as though they're on every corner in every black neighborhood. And he'll play the same tired recording 1,000 times over of some Jewish lady saying something negative about blacks. So what? You have mountains of efforts beyond print, beyond recordings of them targeting the white race with this. And you're going to just talk all day long about the harm it causes to the black community? Well, Jason, don't you see that black people seem to be availing themselves more of this? I don't give a fuck how much if they're availing themselves of it on a percentage basis. It's targeting my people. I'm the race that is disappearing. I'm the race that's being white erased. They seem to be doing just fine. Let them care for themselves. All these white people sitting around all day just fretting with, rolling their hands. My God, all these black babies that have been aborted. Well, we can say that any one of those lives, like any other life of any other race, is a terrible thing to be lost. That's abortion. Who's going to those abortion mills? They're driving themselves there. And what race is the one that's being targeted? Western kind. What race that is being disappeared? Western kind. Black, indigenous, and people of color, BIPOC. Oh my gosh. I thought it was bad. First of all, this people of color, anti-white slur. It excludes Western kind from humanity. Disgusting. But I always thought to myself, I wouldn't want to have pox. Who would want to be called pox? I wouldn't want to be infected with pox. I'm not sure what it definitely, because of like chicken pox, it sounds like a disease. And who wants to have these different kinds of pox? You have people of color. They should have done something else with the acronym. And not excluded Western kind, by the way. How about that? But now you've got BIPOCs. Black, indigenous. And what did I say? They always go for black people. And then they pile all the other non-white races on. Because why? In the anti-white narrative, it's the black race that you've been browbeaten to death with. That, the reason why their neighborhoods are like that. The reason why some can be hostile. The reason why, every excuse for whatever it might be that you're seeing that might be objectionable behavior exhibited by any black individual that is not representative of the race, the totality of black people. Anything that they could say, they're going to say, it's because white people has done this to them. White people have made them behave that way. Again, talking about a percentage of individuals who belong to the black race behaving in a way that some might find objectionable. We're not talking about the totality of the black race, which has black people who are fighting against anti-whiteism now. And we want more to join the fight against anti-whiteism. But that's where they always start, because that is the key to cripple you white people out there. And then they say, okay, and indigenous, and Jews, and mestizos, and Arabs, and Asia, and then they just go on and on. Okay, let's see. People of color, BIPOC feminist movements remind us that the right to abort does not guarantee the resources to access it. So there's no such thing as a right to abort, because you would have to enslave a person to do it if nobody wanted to do it. And that if we truly care about reproductive justice for all, then we need to dismantle the institutionalized race and class oppression that obstructs many from accessing this right. Author Elaine Gutierrez affirms that reproductive justice, reproductive justice is a MP. We don't use it. Gutierrez affirms that reproductive justice also necessitates environmental justice, another MP, especially since the colonization of indigenous lands. And you mean the making of countries where there were none? Okay. From environmental toxins. They're all poisoned because of white people too. Undermine fertility for many women of color. Overall, BIPOC feminists define reproductive justice as the right to maintain bodily autonomy, have or not have children safely, and parent children in safe and sustainable communities. And then this goes on. We're going to have to roll because we hit the top of the hour, and we're going to get to very quickly this black while flying. And of course, a little bit of talk about Russia and what they are about to unleash upon the world. The surprise from Russia. Just wanted to take a quick look to see if there was anything here at the end. There's much more to this garbage. My opinion is this. Let's for all of those out there who are a Republican holding office or a conservative content creator or leader, I'm going to put this to you. You talk endlessly about the harm that abortion does to non-white people. What are you going to say? What would you say? Would you care if the anti-whites moved forward and said, okay, abortion is going to just be for white people, not for non-white people, just for white people? Would you suddenly lose? You haven't been talking about white people and white babies at all. So I don't imagine that you would suddenly start. I don't imagine that it would suddenly matter that white babies are getting aborted, because you haven't said our name once. You haven't said white. You haven't said Westman, man, woman, or child. You haven't said Western kind. You haven't said European descended. You don't care about white people. We need to go, if you want to go disrupt something, folks, you're in the white sympathetic sphere, you want to go disrupt something, you go to the rallies where Republicans are trying to get people to vote for them. You go to these conservative content creators and you make sure that you put them on the spot with the concepts that we use here. Make sure that their audiences, that their voters know that they don't care about white people. That will put Republican office holders, those running for office, in the position of having to say that they do care about white people or losing the election. That is when we have power over the electoral process. You're not going to get anybody elected that can change shit. You're not going to influence the policy by running some sort of a candidate that is going to hold contradictory positions to all of the Republicans or nearly all of the Republican positions or whatever it might be. You're not going to get one of these people for any significant office to win an election, and then once in office to be able to do anything whatsoever. You have no ability to do that. You are fucking just childish as all hell if you think you can. You have the evidence of people like Donald Trump and others unable to do anything. I worked on the Hill. I can tell you the bulwarks, the snares, the hidden rattlesnakes, they're everywhere. No one person or 5 or 10 elected folks or 20 or 50 are going to get to DC and be able to do anything. The only hope you have to influence politics, probably in every Western country, is to make sure that those who are the conservatives, that those who are seen less anti-white and yet still anti-white, to those who are seen or who are more anti-white, to make sure that the less anti-white ones are forced to recognize Western kind, white people as victims, are forced to have to speak up to say, I don't hate white people. If you can get these people, because of their fear of not being reelected or fear of not winning office, to have to say that they don't hate whites, that they're going to do things for white people, if you can put them on the spot, and there are a lot of ways to do that. You can just think of somebody getting up. Maybe you get a pretty young girl as well. You can imagine the impact of that, up at a podium to ask a question of that politician standing up on stage. And she says, why do you hate white people so much? Why do you never mention us in all the things that are undermined? I mean, there's and then maybe point out a few very specific anti-white things by officials in the government. You put them on the spot. Should your white voters vote for you if you're not even going to be able to name us? And then he's going to equivocate. She's going to equivocate. And then you have somebody else maybe you got somebody in the crowd who stands up and shouts, answer the question, somewhere else in the crowd. Can you even say white people? This, my friends, would be a thunderclap across Western civilization. You let folks begin to put politicians on the spot like that, conservative content creators on the spot like that, not with, are you still subservient to Israel? That doesn't do shit. That does nothing Most of those white people that hear that are thinking, yeah, they should be. That's the democracy. That's the little ally over there getting beat up on. That doesn't do squat. You follow what I'm saying, and we will, as we're changing the world, we will change politics that way. End of conversation. Flying first class, luxurious treat, or insidious bastion of racism. The sideways looks I get when boarding a plane make me question whether I belong up there. Well, then don't fly, Jackson. Don't fly, Jackson. Your people didn't invent it anyhow. Just walk. It's an eternal traveling hope. The first class upgrade. One I fortuned upon on a flight from New York to Phoenix when a blithe attendant bopped back to my exit row seat, asked my name, and announced that I'd be moving on up to the side. How does that go? To a beat up apartment in the sky. We're moving on up. Yeah, I watched that show. On the laundromat, I think. White guy married to a black woman downstairs. And guess what? He was a dumb character. I don't know. How did I find my way to your apartment? I was just talking with a friend the other day, old timer in white sympathetic sphere. Oh, muted. Thank you. It doesn't show me as muted. Am I muted for everybody? It doesn't show me as muted. Oh, well. Was I muted? We shall see. Let me go back. Okay, Brant says no. Okay, good. Maybe it just happened for you, Slots, but I thank you for being quick on the call. Thank you, brother. Where was I now? Moving on up. What was his name? Jetson. Wasn't that his name? Okay. And Wheezy. I'll have to think about it. I've mostly forgotten. I think I blocked out this show. Wheezy. They moved on up, but still had that dumb white man living downstairs. Can't believe that good black woman was with him. She was like, come on, dumb. Why'd she marry him? Boy, that show was just anti-black. I can't believe those people. Did you see how anti-black that show was? Depicting black people as excelling in America, moving on up to the east side from that beat up old apartment. Or are they moving to the west side? They moved from the east side. Whatever side was the good and bad side. All right. I was talking with a colleague, and we were noting how, you walk through the plane. You got to walk through first class first, unless they board you toward, the aft part of the craft, and you walk through first class. And he and I, in our recent flights, have both noted that first class full of non-white people, and we're both flying out of totally different places. Full of non-white people, just like here outside of D.C. in the once great state of Virginia, Mordor on the Potomac over there, where a totally senescent, crazy-ass codger lives in a White House. And they're all driving around here in these very nice automobiles, the best automobiles, most expensive automobiles you see the highest percentage of non-white people in, but okay. I mean, my experience doesn't matter, right? Living a day in my shoes doesn't matter because I'm a white man. All the way up front, as it turned out, a first row aisle seat beside a 20-something white guy. This is right out of total fiction. Or where were you flying out of? Like South Dakota? Beside a 20-something-year-old white guy. So the white people just have money from birth. That's what it is. Across from a white man with a hoary ponytail, with a white woman up front, who sported matching flower print masks. Okay, so they're kind of goobers, is what this person is saying. Over my shoulder, the rest of the first class cabin was filled with middle-aged or older white folks. And we know per, what was that woman's name? I just don't know. What was her name? The billionaire that said, white folk need to die. White folk need to die. All these white women, they still love her. Just can't remember her name. All these white people, and older white folks, and a lone Indian man with AirPods jammed in their ears, a few with a watch that cost as much as a private flight peeking from their sleeves. One with an iPad turned. Now, why would, if their watch was enough for a private flight, why the hell were they on a flight with you, with your dirty ass back there from coach with me? You got to get your ass back here with the rest of us. I saw you wilding up there. Why'd they pick you? Wasn't that a plane full of white folk? And yet you got drawn up to first class. One Indian man. Let's see. What else do we have here? Why are they on a flight with you? If they got a watch on that costs enough for a private flight, I think they would just take that private flight. As though they believe themselves enthroned. Okay, let's see. Disturbingly, what is this now? One with an iPad tuned disturbingly, to a film that featured the gruesome murder of Asians, all of whom looked as though they believed themselves enthroned in their rightful place on the plane, tantamount, one might argue, to their rightful place on earth. What was it that the Bible said about what's due to the meek? Nothing actually. Because in the real world, the lion eats the lamb. When God shows up, he can do what he wants. But until that happens, the lion eats the lamb really easily, too. Okay, so this person's actually implying that a white person was like, oh, I see, a non-white person let me find a gruesome killing of a non-white person. There you go, non-white person. There you go. Now back to coach with you. Never come up front again. You will remember this. Look at the killing. I mean, come on. How did that person even know, where to immediately go? Oh, they just have it on the hard drive. Okay. Stoked, let's see. Was to catch an upgrade. Okay. Experiencing my usual discomfort. Flying in first class is a psychological experiment for me and could not help but feel queries in the hot eyes of my cabin mates. Hot eyes. Oh boy. Do we want to keep reading? Do I have to loosen my tie? Why are you up here? What do you do for a living? Are you famous? Do you think you deserve what I deserve? Really, somebody wrote this. I wish that I was ad-libbing. Questions that, as mightily as I resist, underscore the nagging suspicion that I don't belong among the haves, that I am undeserving of extra legroom, hot food, and an attendant asking if I want an extra squeeze. You're ready to get kicked off that. Oh, there's more to that sentence. Lime, a squeeze of lime. Boy, I really thought we had to finish that story. For far too many, the possibility of an other enjoying leisure, of them possessing disposable income, of them being equal, in a meaningful way to someone who's white, well, all of that is near unfathomable, which is to say, seeing me or anybody in the range of my complexion in first class upsets white folk. Worked hard to make us believe it is the natural order of things. Welcome to flying. Have you thanked us lately? Electricity? The impossible to comprehend comprehension of organizing flights and your bags and getting those and you in the destination at the same time. You're welcome. Wearing more than grass today? That's what they asked me. Are you wearing more than grass today, Jason? You're a regular flyer, and the grass skirt thing has become a bit much. Travel is one of the few realms of life where the American class system is really laid bare. Talking about bare, right? University of Pennsylvania historian Mia Bay, author of Traveling Black, a new book on this. Boy, we are in hell. Oh my gosh. It's like 100% almost black in the United States. And they all suffer because of me. A new book of the history and resistance to travel segregation told me, quote, and I think that's where African Americans get into trouble. I think the message to African Americans is African Americans cannot be truly first-class people. African Americans, they can't be on the first tier of Americans in terms of traveling in the elite space if they're African Americans. That was apparently a drinking game for this African American. And I'm sure it's Gatorade. Now, forgive me, dear. Well, I shouldn't say that. I'm sure it is the highest quality of beverages, whatever you think that might be, for the most sophisticated flyers. Now, forgive me, dear reader, but does this describe the way you think? Even a little, you little racist bastards? Really and truly think? And if so, at what point do you investigate that thinking? Oh, it's time for you to self-flagellate, white person. Do it now. I get so excited. Call it symbolism that the other non-white person in my first class cabin was Indian. Symbolism. So it's not legit. As I'm telling you folks, there's a maelstrom a-coming. Because what is a first-class cabin if not a microcosm of the American class system? And as much as it touts itself as a paradigmatic bootstrapping meritocracy, what is the American class system if not a system aspiring to racialized caste? Is this person implying something untoward about the Indian person and the whole caste system thing? One, that might be anti-Indian, my friend. Very anti-Indian. One that has been rigged, inequitable schooling, redlining, voter suppression, to name just a few schemes. So see, all of it, no matter how fictional, no matter how imaginary, you did it. To fix whites as the highest caste, and a commitment to keep everybody else and their mama. Really, it says that. We have to read more of this another show. This is funny. Circumscribed as a capital L lesser. A lesser on the plane and everywhere else in society. No, it's more like we built Western civilization, and then if you were brought into Western civilization, if you came to Western civilization of your own accord by our invitation, you can begin thanking us. and you can shut the fuck up and be grateful. If you had ancestors so many years back that were brought in because they were enslaved by others of your race and then sold to another race and then sold in a Western country, and then you have, along with those ancestors, other ancestors, as blacks in America do, who are white. That's why they don't look the exact same as blacks in Africa. You can begin thanking us as well, because you weren't a slave. Get to work like the rest of us. Now you're a slave just like me. A wage slavey. Welcome to hell. But they got a good thing going, and we're going to have to come back to that because we're already at the bottom of the second hour, and I want to talk about Russia. Will Russia Victory Day bring an escalation of the war in Ukraine? Expert military parades and dire rhetoric on one of the country's biggest holidays. So before, I haven't read this, but it looks interesting. I'm going to see what you all are saying, if you all are saying anything. And questions, make them, ask them. Comments, make them. And I want to, I'm going to give my thoughts. I touched upon them yesterday briefly when it comes to Russia and the war. But I'd like to get your views as well. So let me do this. I'll jump over quickly. And we have some more champions that have shown up. Thank God. Thank God. I'm not alone. I've been alone too many times. You know how many times I've held meetings and no one came? You really got to be one tenacious SOB. You really have to have a cause that you really believe in to keep doing this. We have the great, wow, get out your raucous emojis for the wonderful Mrs. Jess Horst. Happy Mother's Day. Financially gifting $50 on this glorious day. Thank you so much. A wonderful lady here. 9 of her own. Thank you, Jason, for giving me the most important tools in my motherhood. Going free. I'm a better mother 1,000 times over now! Exclamation point. Thank you. And then a little emoji face with the little hearts around it. God bless you. Thank you so much for that testimonial. That's really wonderful. And folks, if you have testimonials for moms out there, if you were a mom or you plan to be a mother, or you hope to be a mother, speak up, give the testimonial today. This is what they need to dig in. It's not going to be enough to say, look, here's a book on our castles, or we're just going to celebrate a bunch of our pagan holidays and think that's going to be enough. I could talk for the rest of this gathering about pagans who were pagan long before you ever thought about becoming a pagan. Christians, Catholics, long before you ever thought about it, who thought that I'm just going to sink, I'm just going to subsume my children in the rituals and the holidays and everything will be fine. And I said, even in my youth, because now I'm in my prime, but even in my youth, I said, no, that's not going to work. Because you see, they were already subsumed in the history, in the lore, our people. They were already subsumed in the rituals, in the traditions, in the liturgy. They were already completely suffused with this stuff. And now that we are where we are today. So that wasn't enough. You get it? We are where we are today because just dancing around a maypole or just going to mass or just all of these sorts of things wasn't enough. Yes, do those things. That's wonderful. You need to have the things. You need to have the traditions. I love it. Have all the various traditions that I'd love to live like in a neighborhood where it's traditions of Western kind going on everywhere. Would love it. But you need the psychological defense for the psychological warfare waged against us. It's not going to be enough to have these same sort of trite, ridiculous things that people say to their kids, to their brothers, to their sisters, whatever. To say, just do this. Just when you're out in the world, it's just not they're not being really fair out there. And, you know, they say one thing is good for non-whites, but you'll say minorities, I'm sure. One thing is good for minorities, but it's not good for us. You see how that's not fair? Okay. And then they come back and they're like, I hate you for oppressing the world of color. All the time. Even the best leaders, even the ones you all look to and you're like, Mike, that one there. Jason, don't you ever say anything negative. Don't you ever criticize, because these human beings, even though they're all fallible, all of us, you can't criticize anything those ones are saying. Who are you? Well, their children hate them and have become anti-white. Or 50% of their children, or 75% of their children hate them and become anti-white. Where are the apologies, you motherfuckers? Where are the apologies? So on this Mother's Day, make sure mom knows about Going Free. Get her a copy and teach her about the practice and how important it is for her to relay this to her children, not once, not twice, but all the days of their entire youth, so that they look to you as a lord and lady of the home, and they follow in the great traditions and steps, the footsteps of our greatest heroes, not wanting to destroy what has gone before them, but wanting to emulate it, going one step further. Thank you, Mrs. Jess Horse. Mr. Bloom is with us. Great to see you, good brother. A $10 financial gift. This guy's rocking the world. We like this guy. He says, hi, brother. I hope you're doing well. Do I look like I'm doing well? I could not be more handsome than this. If I were, I don't know what we would need to do. We might have to put bars on the windows and doors. I'm currently in the process of trying to help friends of mine who I have brought over to White Wellbeing. Cool. That's awesome, man. I mean, that's what we're supposed to be doing. Folks, are you hearing what I'm reading? To stop consuming porn, he says. He wants to get them to stop consuming pornography. He says, a huge victimizer of young white men, I find. Yeah, they end up wasting like an ungodly amount of time. Do you have any tips on how to defeat bad habits and addictions? Well, this is like any other bad habit or addiction, with like drinking too much. Some people can drink in moderation. Some people can use substances, we'll say, in moderation. Some people could look at pornography in moderation. Some can't do any of those things in moderation. If you have an addictive personality, you know you. Don't fool around. You know you. And you know you better than most, right? And so you're going to have to stay away from it completely. That's going to have to be a cold turkey sort of a thing. You have to stop. You have to never go back. You can begin in some cases. I mean, it depends on how bad your addiction is and how much of an addictive personality you have. It's a great question. Thank you, Mr. Bloom. Depending on how bad your addiction, if you are an extremely, if you're the kind of person that is won't very easily to addiction, you have to just say absolutely not, zero toleration, and that means you've got to get rid of it totally. You've got to, if it's pornography, you've got to delete all of the links. You've got to delete all of the videos or pictures. You've got to throw it all away. You've got to have no contact with it whatsoever. You've got to get onto your browsers and you've got to turn on the block so that these things can't even come up. You could type it in and it's not even going to come up because the block is on. You would have to take extra steps to get through it. And those who have even a mild addictive personality, those of you who can say, okay, I'm going to say, 2 weeks, I'm not going to have a drink. I'm not going to hit a whatever. I'm not going to look at pornography for, 2 weeks or whatever. You can start that. You could be like incrementally make it less and less until the blow is less severe. So And then you implement the exact same strategies. When it comes to pornography, that's usually done in like a solo sort of a thing. You usually don't like hang out. If you're hanging out with a bunch of people, look, you got a really big problem. You might want to seek a therapist. But more of a problem for substances, alcohol, and things of this nature. You've got to get away from the people that you do those things with. And that can be tough, but it is a reality. And you have to be focused on your life, who you want to be, what you want to achieve, how far you want to go in life. You need to remember one of the most important things when it comes to any of these things, all of these things, that your body is the temple of our people. You want it to be pristine. Now, there are some of you out there who will be able to have a little bit of this, a little bit of that, and you'll be in complete control, and you'll have no need or desire to go back at some time earlier than would be healthy or something of this nature. But ultimately, in this includes eating as well. What you're going to put in your body, food-wise, of course. Metaphorically, eat a lot of things. I shouldn't have done that. Stop him. He's being so nasty. What is wrong with that guy? The same thing holds true. So, and how do you realize or appreciate the value of your body and spirit, and the thinking, your consciousness that emanates from the organ of the brain, and it might be involved in the spirit we can't measure yet. So we could just tack that on there. How do you develop that value? Well, going free is hugely important to that, because your mind, your subconscious mind, the one you live 90% of your life in, is full of concepts that tell you that you're worthless, you have no value, you're scum if you're white, you come from an evil people, you should punish yourself. In fact, that's moral in that anti-white story. So you've definitely got to implement the method of going free as a practice in your life that you're doing. It's regular, so that you begin to realize that you are an important person. You have value. Do you think watching a porn and some sort of excess, and what would excess be? It would be when it's harming you, right? Do you think that watching pornography this way is any different than that very heavy woman, Chantel, Foodie Beauty, that I talked about with Carlisle, who is abusing herself with food, killing herself with food? Do you think there's any difference? No, you're doing that out of the exact same reasons when you get right down to it. Because yes, I get you looking at a beautiful woman and you see, I get it. But you obviously know that pursuing a healthy relationship with a woman is going to be infinitely more rewarding than looking at it in a magazine or on your phone or on the desktop or whatever it might be. You know that it's humiliating. Quite honestly, you know that down deep it's humiliating. And if you were able to begin treating these mean pathogens, these concepts inside of you that make you feel like you're the lowest of lives on planet Earth, you'll realize that you are worth more than something so degrading as that. So I would say definitely do not make it a moral crusade against pornography to better yourself. I mean, you can go on a moral crusade against it for any other reason, but not to better yourself, because that has no teeth. That won't work. Don't give it up because you think, unless you're super religious, that God doesn't want you to do it or something like that. Because we see all the time people, especially in Christianity and Catholicism, you're just going to get endlessly forgiven. Mormonism, endlessly forgiven. So don't do it for God. Do it for you, for what you want to be. I want, especially all you young guys right now that Bloom is talking to, I want you to realize that where you are, who you are today, is a consequence of what you were doing yesterday. And who you're going to be tomorrow is a consequence of what you do today. If today you're fapping away, then tomorrow you're going to be the same loser in the same seat, the same soiled seat, looking at the same stuff online, except you know what? Just like every other drug, it'll have to get harder core and harder core and harder core till you get to the point that you can't be a A grade, above A plus grade love maker like me. If you want to get to that point, you got to give that stuff up. And especially if you're addicted, you can't get away from it. You got to give that. It's a sensitive subject, like any addiction is. It's very tough. Even the eating addiction we were talking about with Foodie Beauty. And I guarantee you, everybody out there, you think it might be like funny or silly, somebody gets addicted to that, or so. I guarantee you, just like we could look into Foodie Beauty's eyes when she broke down in Cuba and she was screaming into the camera about how much she hates the white race and how much she hates herself for being white. Finally, it coming out, the truth. I guarantee you that's in every one of these young men. Sure, they're going to have the bravado. They're going to cover it up consciously with that little 10% on top. Hope the rest of you isn't like that. And they're going to say, no, not me. I don't have any white guilt. No, not me. I know what's going on in the world. Not me. Bullshit. Bullshit. Inside of every single one of us is that child that we were. Pure innocence, being taught how evil our people is, and therefore how evil we are. We made, unless you are some serious handicap retardus, you made that connection many times in all of those iterations that it was delivered to you as a child, and you got that message. And it's part of your identity. There's no deleting it. There's no consciously think, well, just today I just decided that that's not the case anymore. No, it's a lifelong treatment, what they did to us. You will know when you begin to touch those nerves, when tears flow from your eyes, like they were flowing out of Foodie Beauty's eyes when she finally broke down for the camera and her audience. You'll know, because you'll feel that hate, and you'll, for yourself, for our people. And then you could take it, that fire that starts burning inside of you, that rage for what they did to you, that can never be just cured. You have to treat it your whole life. You can take that rage and you can say, to spite you motherfuckers, I'm going to ensure that this guy, this gal becomes as pristine as is humanly possible. And I'm going to ruin as much of what you have done to this world as I possibly can by putting into the mouths of our people the concepts that liberate them from your poison. That's how I live, folks. And I'm going to tell you, young men, I've gone a long way. I've been through a lot of shit. Even in this white sympathetic sphere, regularly undermined by parvenus who are happy as hell to be aggrandized and make a ton of money for themselves. And trust me, they made a ton of money. I've given up all the money, all the opportunities that I could have taken, angles I could have taken to make tons of money out of people in the white sympathetic sphere. I've absolutely never even considered it. Because what matters is what's good for our people. That's the mission. You want to be a holy warrior? You want to do what's right? You want to be the best? You want to be more than you could ever imagine you could be? Then you got to start going free. You go free of every poison out there. And then you know what? I'm no choir boy. I'm no choir boy. No, sir. You excel. You become that champion. You'll find somebody. I don't know who that somebody's going to be. Most of you will. Some of you are destined for other things. But you'll find somebody. And then, if you want to rock her world while something's playing on the TV, well, you'll have it in its place. And that's the way things are. Thank you, Mr. Bloom. I really appreciate that. That's the way things are for me. So you don't try to live up to some impossible standard set up by, I don't know, some of these preachers out there, then you always catch them. They always get caught doing something that's more despicable than you can imagine, except with the other anti-whites out there who claim to, of course, hate religion, hate Christianity, hate Catholicism, hate Mormonism, hate our pagan religions. They're always doing something even worse. Don't try to live up to those types of standards. You live for the spirit of the West, and my friend, you will find power that you could never imagine. And if you want to end up, if you would rather just, be a miserable little stain on your office chair or wherever you sit for this sort of thing, well, why bother to live another day? I can't imagine even want to do that for another second. I know this. Our greatest are looking on. But they're not looking on from some mountaintop. They're not looking on from some cumulus cloud. They're in here, buddy. And you can either disrespect them or you can tap in to the ability that they have waiting for you. Let's see where you go. That's your challenge. Mr. Bloom back for another $3. Thank you, brother. He says, is it down to just sheer willpower, or is there anything that you have done specifically throughout your life that would stop you from acting on negative and unhealthy impulses? For me, I have like the opposite of an addictive personality. And so, but I do have strategies for things like procrastination. I mean, that's like you could get into an addiction, I guess, to procrastination. That's so many people do that. And it depends on where you are. And I guess, obviously, who you are, what you implement at those moments. But I outlined a number of things here that these guys can do. And number one thing, dealing with that self-hatred that no use in denying is there. You're not fooling anybody. In fact, you seem like a boy when you deny it. I understand it. I understand it because it's this gaping wound in all of us if you're white. I understand trying to cover that. Nobody sees that. It's like you just get your driver's license and you crumple up the front quarter panel of your dad's car. You're like standing in front of it. Nobody sees that. I didn't do anything wrong. That was there when I drove it this morning. I don't know. I have no idea. I get it. But you're just going to remain a boy. You're just going to remain a little girl. You never become a man or woman of the West. So you got to go free. You got to admit that there's that self-hatred there and hatred for our people. And you also want to find those pieces of our history that are truly glorious, as untainted as you can find them. Hey, maybe you can head on over to the modern monarchist and listen to some of the history that he shares. Find something that you find really glorious, aspire to something magnificent, and then you won't wallow in carnal satisfactions. Those things, the satisfactions of the flesh, there's nothing ugly about them, for God's sake. For God's sake. If you're a guy, you want to be able to, have your woman, on the bed. No, even better. You want to be able to be naked and throw her naked over your shoulder and walk her ass to the bedroom. And nothing wrong with the flesh, but there is something very wrong with wallowing in it as a self-hating, disgusting little filthy cur that isn't going to achieve anything in life. So there are a lot of different strategies. I mean, if you have a specific thing, let me know what it might be. But the strategies I gave earlier, in particular for pornography, if they are addicted and there's no getting away from it, then it's got to be a cold turkey thing. Fortunately, they shouldn't have to get rid of any of their friends, because that would be fucking weird. If you're like hanging out with your friends, you're like, hey, let's get together and let's watch porno. If you're doing that, then maybe you do have to get rid of those friends. I don't know. That's not right. But anyhow, thank you so much, Mr. Bloom. That's great. And best of luck to those guys. Let me know how you all are doing. And we are having a sterling gathering. And I'll see what you all are saying. Looks like I did not miss anybody over on Cash App. It's blank. That's good. Euro Yankee is with us. Andy is with us. How's everybody doing? Brandon is here. Wes Middlebrook is here. Tell all your friends, for God's sakes. They're not going to get better anywhere else. What do I got to juggle flaming monkeys over here? I can juggle, but I think if we light monkeys on fire, we'll probably get in trouble. All right. Remember to tag me as No White Guilt. Tag me as No White Guilt. Tag me as No White Guilt. We're going to go into the Russia thing. How many of you all are curious about Russia and Ukraine? Remember, folks, I'm going to say this at the outset. Do not argue and break up and get angry with each other over something we can't control. None of us here can control what's happening in Russia and Ukraine. Do not make the mistake of coming, and also don't allow yourself to be goaded into a fight with someone, because you don't know who that person is. That might very well be an anti-white who's shown up to cause discord. So don't allow yourself to be. Russians, Ukrainians, they're white. They're our brothers. We don't want brothers' wars. None of us here can control when it begins and when it ends. The only thing that makes sense is to say we want it to end. We want the killing of brothers to end as soon as possible. Don't beat up each other over something we have no control over. Make sense? Hoorah. $5 over on Odyssey. And we have a white well-being advocate. God bless you, brother. Champion. He's there everywhere doing something. He's making it happen. He writes, porn addictions are more than just an addiction to masturbation, cutting down to not needing anything to look at. I'd say it's a good first step. I'm not standing on a high horse. I've dealt with sexual addictions and many other addictions. It's a ongoing battle. Go free helps a lot, though. So there you have it, Mr. Bloom. Your friends. White Wellbeing Advocate is another young man making it happen. The world is just opening up to him the more he goes free. And there you have it, right from his mouth. God bless you for that testimonial. Start going free. I don't know. Isn't it the strangest thing, folks, though? Just as an aside, thank you for that, White Wellbeing Advocate. Grabber is here. Board Troll is here. And Spartan is here. The great Luke Mason. We're going to play a song from Luke Mason today. Great to see you, brother. Happy Mother's Day to you as well. What was I going to say? What were we just talking about? I got distracted, and I have another direction I'm going to go with Russia. Waiting in my brain. It's like in a line. It's like, I'm next, remember? Yes, I see you. Stop talking. I'm trying to say something else. But this is a great testimonial here. But what's going to have to happen? I've been now over 2 decades. I've been in the white sympathetic sphere 3 decades. I guess it's been about nearly 2 decades. I've been telling people that that we are suffered this psychological harm, and these are the consequences of it. It all makes perfect sense. And so many people are like, huh, that's okay. And so lizards are in charge. Okay, tell me more. I'm just like, what are you talking about? And I can even tell folks, think about this. I can even tell folks, well, what do we take a non-white child? Name any non-white race. And we do the same thing. We take them through the thought experiment that white children and adults go through daily in their lives. How do you think they're going to end up? And it's so odd, white people. What is wrong with us? They're like, yes, that would be awful. Well, wait a second, dumbass. That's what happened to you. That's what happened to white. Don't you care about the white people that this happened to? I mean, what is wrong? Have any of you been in relationships where the people you're in the relationship with don't give a shit about you, but they're like concerned about outsiders more. What is up with that with white people? You know, how many out there, raise your paws. How many out there have had the mother where she's like, you goddamn little brat, you know, she's screaming her heads off in the phone rings and she's like, hello. Oh, Jenny, it's so nice to hear from you. You know, you're like, I was just confronted with Beelzebub, and suddenly this is completely different. I mean, it's so bizarre. I have felt over the years that it's going to require, like, it won't be me over all of these years saying repeatedly, making the arguments to people, because folks just can't get it that way. For most folks, the best can, but most folks can't. So, you know, if you're not one of the best because you're sitting there thinking, I don't get it. Huh? So, like, it's going to have to be some sort of politician that everybody loves is going to come out to get himself elected. And he's going to say, you know, this is a real psychological war being waged against us. And because of this psychological war, we hate ourselves. We hate our people, and therefore we hate ourselves. And therefore, and he's going to say the same thing I'm saying. And then all of these retards, these retarduses, I'm sorry, the retarduses who are saying most of the time, they're suddenly going to say, yeah, thank God that guy figured it out. And they're going to have heard me 20 times. No recollection. What's going on with Russia? This is what's going on with Russia. Very shortly, Russia is going to be announcing. It's going to be a surprise. It's going to be related to the war. And we should be remembering these predictions. They're going to be either stating that they've won, and they're going to keep east of the Dnieper River, and then, of course, the entire south bordering the Black Sea, declaring all of those regions with some variation, independent states, or maybe a confederation of some. It could be broken up in a number of different ways. I don't see any of them becoming part of Russia. They will be satellite states. They will be independent regions. And Russia will say it's the end of the war, and any more aggression is a war being waged on Russia. And that is something I made a prediction about several weeks ago, if you remember. Several weeks ago. It might be just a month ago. And I said, this war may take on a very different appearance, in that it might, the Russians might say, this is it. We want east of the Dnieper and everything bordering, or not that we want it, but these are all the independent satellite states. And then the U.S. and others would be very happy in this statement that I made. I'm not saying this is absolutely going to happen. So don't get on me, you two anti-whites. And then U.S., U.K., the rest will continue to funnel weapons in, will continue to funnel money in. Of course, a lot of that money is just getting laundered and stolen. From the intent is my opinion. I'm not saying it's happening for sure. I'm just giving you my opinion. You can go get the truth from the good folks at CNN, but not CNN Plus. It's going under. And defunct. And they will continue to wage the war against Russia. That is a distinct possibility. And that will be a very different environment then. The oligarchs in Russia, remember, we don't anthropomorphize countries like everybody else does. We look at the actual people behind these things. A country once captured, once manipulated, I've likened it to having a pet tiger or lion or something like this, and it's never tamed, and you have to work it up to get it to do something that you want, and it can turn on you at any point. That's what a country is to an oligarch. And it might be that in that sort of an environment, the oligarchs in Russia, by way of Putin, then says, well, it looks like we're at war with the United States, the UK, whatever countries that are continuing to finance and arm what's left of Ukraine. These will be Ukrainians. That'll be our brothers, white brothers and sisters there, who would be continuing to wage this war and dying while U.S., U.K., and the rest et al. Funnel the weapons in and money for them to die with. It will be an impossible victory. The other thing they might do, the surprise that is coming, is they might declare full-fledged war. So in my opinion, what we have witnessed, for me, it's become blatantly obvious that this is akin to what could be called a police operation. Russia has moved very slowly, and I don't believe it's because they can't move quickly. Their jets could very easily, their bombers can very easily reach everywhere in Ukraine. When you are, this looks much more like, and all of those who would disagree with this, I want you to think back to Vietnam, when the U.S. would not go, all of our jets, all of our bombers, they could reach everywhere in North Vietnam. They could flatten everything. And when we did, you remember there were several years of silence out of the North Vietnamese. Nobody came because there was no hardware, because there were no bridges, because nobody was coming south for several years. And it only happened once when we really went all out and battered North Vietnam. Actually, there's some analogies here to North Korea, but in the Korean War. But Russia can reach everywhere, so they could have obliterated everything. Russia is replete with dumb bombs, and dumb bombs are the ones to use here, not smart guided bombs. They have those too. So in America and everywhere else, they're going to give you the story, the war propaganda. Of course, it's all true. Just ask CNN, and the ear is against the door. But they're going to give you the story that it's all about Russia just being inept. It's they don't have any technology. All of that is, how do you know that that's true? Well, I'll just put it this way. How do you know that that's true? Why might they lie to you about that? Why do you think that they're going to be giving you any truth or next to any truth? So dumb bombs are the way to go because you want it to be as inexpensive for you as possible, not because Russia doesn't have the money, but because Russia seems to be bright enough to realize that you want to match the expenses of, or spend less than your adversary. And there's we can't go into that now, but there's a lot of reasoning for that. Russia does seem to be making their military leaders potentially, I don't know. I mean, they have, if it's true that they have created war plans where there are just like many different areas of attack on different, I can't imagine that makes any sense. If it's true, I don't know why that would be, but maybe. And I don't know the region. Maybe that's the smart thing to do. It just seems unnecessary to me. So if this is a police action, as it seems, by the slow speed, by the trickle of troops and all of this sort of stuff, by the lack of just bombing everything flat, which is what you would do, surface-to-surface missiles, everything flat, which is what you would do. If it is a police action, then the surprise that is coming, and who knows, maybe it'll be tied to this Victory Day in Russia, which is tomorrow, which is now, it's morning there. Perhaps it will be that they announce, okay, this is no longer a police action. This is full-scale warfare. And if that happens, then things will happen really quickly. There won't be like 30 guys or 3,000 guys hanging out and waiting and holding a spot, and them just, the Russians chucking some bombs in and waiting for them to die. No, it'll just be, rolling through and killing everything and everyone. We don't want that. We want this to end as quickly as possible. I'll read just a little bit of this because it's already 7. What is Victory Day? Russians celebrate May 9th as Victory Day, a commemoration of the defeat of the Nazis at the end of World War II. It is similar to VE Day. Victory Europe celebrated on May 8th in Europe, but takes place a day later because of the time difference between Western Europe and the Soviet Union, when Nazi Germany surrendered to the Allies at 11. Okay, who cares about this? How do Russians celebrate Victory Day? Okay. But this is what's coming tomorrow. And this is what I think this Victory Day, their celebrations will have big military parades. And this is a very important day for the Russians. And is the reason why I think that the surprise is going to be, I guess, today in Russia, tomorrow for many of us. My childhood in the late 80s and the early 90s, it was, apart from the New Year, by far the best holiday of the year. Okay, we'll just keep jumping down. How will Victory Day celebrations be different this year? In light of Russian invasion of Ukraine on February 24, traditional Victory Day parade at the Kremlin has been scaled down by 35%. Now, that's a great opportunity to say this is an American publication. How do we know that that's true? Why take that for granted that they're going to be honest with you? Folks, stop believing the anti-whites. Maybe it is going to be scaled down, maybe by 1%, maybe scaled up by 35%. Who knows? Why believe what they're going to tell you? Why does it even matter what they're saying? I would not take any of this information on face value and then make any conclusions based on that, right? Russian president has a keen eye for symbolism, having launched the invasion on Ukraine the day after the Defender of the Fatherland Day, another crucial military day in Russia. Hey, that was said by CNN. Actually, yeah, it was said by CNN. Okay. Well, I mean, this is all about Victory Day. It looks like it's going to be a lot of fun for the Russian people. And we have any questions about Russia, we'll talk about it. Ukraine. For me, in my part, I hope to God that this ends as soon as possible. And I don't want any more brothers' wars. I'm not taking any side. I love both sides. I dislike both sides. I love the good, dislike the bad of both sides. We all have it, no matter where we are. What matters to us is white well-being. We're not in a position to control these countries or to argue it out. We are only in a position to spread the one method and practice that works in service to white well-being. That's going free. And I hope you'll get on top of it as soon as possible so that we can free ourselves from anti-whiteism. And then one of these days, we'll be able to make a change in the world. All right, folks, you know him well. We're going to bring him forward right now to tell you about the competition, Lovely Porridge. Hello, brother. Can you hear me?
G'day, Jason. Yes, I can hear you well. Can you hear me?
Sure can. How are you doing down under, brother?
I'm doing great. It's great to be on again and share this news about the project we're doing called What's Anti-White. Nate and myself just launched it last week. And thanks for promoting it on the show last Sunday and for having me on again to give the updates, because last night we just announced the prizes, a little bit of cash, so we can call it a competition.
Fantastic. Well, we're very eager to find out.
Yeah, well, before I say any more, Jason, I just want to let everyone know that we're not really accepting donations. And I say that because you might remember when Jared and I did last Message to the West, we this community forked out hundreds and hundreds of dollars to increase the prizes. And they were extremely generous, and we really appreciated it. But this time, we're not really equipped to handle the finances and deal with all those payment processes. So yeah, we're just doing it in crypto, and you can donate some Bitcoin if you'd like, or you can just donate directly to whoever's video you like the most. But I just had to say that because this community is overly generous. So thanks, but we're keeping money on the simplified side this time, and the best way you can help is really just to let others know about it.
Fantastic. Well, folks, you hear it right there. Let everybody know about this competition. We want as many people to participate, and Porridge is going to be giving us all the details. You know, of course, Porridge well. If you don't, you should. He's one of our absolute greatest, a brilliant gentleman, serving white well-being, magnificent man of the West, down under in our once great country of Australia. And we're going to recapture our destiny there and everywhere. And we got this magnificent competition now. He's done it before. It engendered a lot of white positive activity and interest, and we're looking forward to doing that again. We're very proud that Porridge is doing this, and so very eager to hear. Let folks know about the actual competition itself if they didn't hear about it last week. I'm sure we're going to continue to have a lot of new people learn about it for the first time, and then the updates.
Yeah, and I mentioned last Message to the West before that project I did with Jared. And just in case anyone's wondering why he's not organising this one with me after he made the last one such a good success. Well, it's because he's really just focusing on his music projects at the moment. But I did run it all past him, and he's given me the thumbs up. So a lot of the planning we did on that last project, that's going to be making this one a lot easier. It's going to cross over into this one. So just in case anyone thought, me and Jared had a fallout, nah, he's not going on to blood sports or that kill stream, whatever they call it, and he's not going to expose me and all the mistakes, spelling mistakes and uploading mistakes. I'm like, nah. As I said, he's just doing his music projects. So I've got Nate Terrific this time to help organise it, and he's really good at organising. As you know, he does the outreach teams, and he's really interested in spreading the message to the public, and that's what this competition's about. So he couldn't join us today, but Nate Terrific's the other organiser. So if you have any questions, you can ask either me or him privately.
Fantastic.
I don't think I've even explained what the competition is, but I think a lot of guys would already know. They would have seen you broadcast it last week.
Yeah.
But basically, the name of the competition is What's Anti-White, and that explains pretty much everything. We just want you to make a short video explaining what it means, and why should people care about it, and what can be done about it. And we don't want 100 definitions. We want people to do it in their own style. And we've got some great guys already. We call them featured participants, which are already on board already. So, I really encourage everybody to get involved.
Fantastic. And how can they get involved?
Basically, all they have to do is upload the content they've created and just let us know. The easiest way is just to go to lovelyporridge at protonmail.com. Let me know you've uploaded it somewhere. If you can get it on YouTube, that would be best. If you don't have a channel, you'll have to find some other way. And have that done before July the 25th. and we'll broadcast it on our channels, which is going to be under Kindred Creators.
Fantastic. And is that where the video is? The video, like commercial, the introducing it, is over on that?
Yes, that's right. Yeah, we've currently got a YouTube, an Odyssey, a BitChute. Yeah, that's it. I'm gonna regret that because I'm gonna have to upload so many videos, and Odyssey. Oh
boy, yeah.
That's worse than BitChute, I've just found. So we'll see how we go with that. But,
it can be tough. It can be tough. Well, this is magnificent, and folks, I want this to get your gears turning. What you can do. Has anybody, Porge, reached out to ask, or? And this is another thing, folks. If you have any questions, you want to participate, and you are curious, what are the boundaries, or what can I do, what can't I do? Reach out to Porge. But Porge, I wonder if you might be able for a moment to speak about what exactly you're looking for. What sort of limitations are you looking people put on the videos, and what would be obviously keeping it open to the creative juices, and maybe, if anything, maybe engender some creativity with your expectations in these videos.
Well, we do have some guidelines, which is just very general, but we want this to be targeted at the general public. So, of course, you're not going to do anything that would be upsetting to people. We've asked that it be family friendly, and we don't want you to point out any specific groups and vilify them. So, and all the entries will be at the discretion of myself and Nate, whether we want to promote it or not, because we also have to think about keeping the channel safe. We're going to try to be on YouTube. It didn't work last time. They actually waited until the first day we were opening. They let us do all the announcements and everything, and then just banned it on the first day. So they had prepared that. So
wow.
It might happen again, but we're going to try to stay on YouTube. So this is about our people and what's harming us. It's not about other people. So however you want to do it, everything, any type of format. If you even just want to do a song, that's fine, because at the end of the day, if we have dozens of videos with the words "what's anti-white," explaining what anti-white is, that's only just going to put those terms out into the public more. So it can only be a good thing. And we're not only interested in very competent content producers. If it's your first time, give it a go. Jump in, make this your first effort. And as with last time, we're also offering to read out a script if we agree with the script, because we don't want to use our voices for something we don't agree with. But if you have no capability to do a video, just submit a script. I or Nate will read it out, and we'll just put up some still images or something. And that's a way for anybody can write out something simple and put that in, and we'll put your name to it and upload it.
Well, that's actually really fantastic, and glad you said that, because without question, there are going to be folks out there who have no idea how to work with video software. They don't know where to get free to use or pay to use materials, and nonetheless, they might have a desire to participate. This is a completely different way that folks can participate. They can actually get the help of the creators here of the competition to read out the script and just put some maybe general pictures to go along. Now, folks, don't abuse this. Now, don't think that you're gonna roll in with your script and you're gonna tell these guys, no, I don't like this, I like that. I want to make sure that I have editorial review and all of this sort of stuff. The idea here, this is to have fun. Have fun with this. You can incorporate some laughs, maybe. You can showing some hypocrisy. I could see that being a funny videos explaining what anti-whiteism is. But do this, because what Porge is talking about here is brilliant. This is a brilliant idea. We're going to put a bunch of what's anti-whiteism out there for people to pick up. And your voice might be the voice that everybody likes. Your style, your delivery, the words you choose, the sentence constructions you choose, that might be what ends up appealing. And so participate, especially if you haven't done something before. And now Porge is totally, this is a turnkey scenario that he's just opened the door for you. You just can jump in with minimal investment and of your time, intelligence, etc., and get started with. So yeah, do participate. Let's try to get like a record number of people. I know Porridge is going to have to upload all these videos, and he's the brains behind the operation, and is making this happen again, and Naderific as well, and we thank him. But he would be very happy. I mean, every minute that he's like, oh my God, I got another hour to go or whatever, he's going to be very happy that so many of you thought enough of the work we're doing and thought enough about Western kind that you would take this opportunity to step into the game, create something. So, some of you may not have had recourse to your creative mind at all for many years. This is the opportunity out there. Others out there might be brilliant videographers. Hey, make a nice, short, compact. Keep it in mind. You want people to watch these things. Make it pithy, make it punchy, make it funny if you can, make it serious, whatever it is. Get involved with this. And I'm gonna actually download. You have the What's Anti-White competition video, and then I guess it's an update video as well. I think I'm going to download those because we haven't figured out a way to make it play really well all the time from YouTube, and I want people to get a good look at it, and we'll play that as we're together this evening. But this is brilliant, and we're so grateful for you, Porge. You're such a true champion for Western kind. Thank you so very much. And what other thoughts might you have about this competition or anything else while we've got you?
Well, if you just want a little bit of background on what the idea behind this is, it's really because it feels like there's only a matter of time now before the term anti-white is just thrown into the public conversation. And I was just imagining millions of people going onto their computers and typing, "What's anti-white?" just wanting to know more about the concept. And the best case scenario in that situation would be if they find what we have to say. And so the more of us who participate in this competition, the greater the chances of our voices being heard. And it's not a far stretch at all to say like something like that could happen, because Mark Dice, he already exposed his audience to the term, and Donald Trump retweeted the Columbian Bugle when they used the term, and and now you're finding that even some of these grifting style conservatives are having to admit that, like Charlie Kirk said, there's a war on white people. So we have to get ahead of that because actually Nate Terrific and I, we were going to wait until we both had enough free time to do this, but the way things are unfolding, we felt like we might miss the boat if we don't do it now, because it feels like tomorrow maybe there could be a huge focus on these terms, and we don't want to be reacting after the fact. We want to be dead in the middle of it, influencing or leading the conversation. But to make that happen, we got to all work together, and we're going to have a lot of fun doing it, hopefully, because we've got some great people already lined up. We've got Jason, and you've basically written a book on what's anti-white. Go free. That's basically the subject, and you give the solutions to it. So you were the first person we asked to participate, and we're really glad you said yes, because this is your thing. But also, I'll read out the other guys.
Yeah.
Because these are all great featured participants. We've got Intellectual Embargo, Grant Danger, Laura Towler and her husband Sam Mellier, Yiz the Unifier, White Art Collective, and Semiagog.
Nice.
So at the very least, you're going to get these great 8 fantastic videos, and Nate is going to do one under Westman Media, and I'm also going to do one under Jubilation Media, so that's 10 videos a minimum, and people are already telling us they're going to get on board as well, so it's off to a flying start. So I suggest everybody don't miss out. The deadline's July the 25th, so you can be part of that too. But yeah, so some of those names, like Intellectual Embargo, when we did Last Message to the West, his channel was a lot smaller, but now, same with Semiagog too. They're quite big names now, and also some of the names, they've been around. They're well trusted names, like Brant Danger and Yiz the Unifier in our community, and we got Laura Tower and her husband from PA. So I think this is open to everybody. So even if you're in a different sphere and you might not agree with everything we have to say, as long as you follow those guidelines, you're welcome to participate.
Yeah, amen. It just sounds so exciting. It's such an opportunity. And this is what we do, folks. We are doers. We're the people out there that are pushing these concepts into societal use. We're not just observers. We're not just like, oh, yeah, it looks like now things are getting better. They're using anti-whiteism and they're talking about things from our point. No, we're planning. They say we got teams, we got people going out there, solo actors, we got folks coming, the brilliant individuals like Lovely Porridge here coming up with these competitions, and brilliant people are loving people, caring people, creative people, hardworking, industrious people are getting in. They're getting into it all the way up to their elbows, because this is what changes things. We've got to stop being, I mean, there's this such a trend in the white sympathetic sphere to just be an observer of doom documenting and doom dissecting when you're not attending a meeting or something and shouting something like this. And that does nothing. It's people have been doing that forever and accomplishing nothing. Now, we know that there are going to be a lot of folks out there who are going to try to co-opt. They're going to try to say, they'll just start using, they have more popularity, they're more entertaining, they're more goofy, whatever it is, and they won't be mentioning us. But I'll tell you what, we keep pushing, we keep being the engine that drives this, and there'll be no denying who we are. Getting out in front of it like this, like Polridge and Natarific are talking about doing here, you getting out and making a video to get out in front of this, to continue doing our drive, to get these concepts into the mouths and minds and hearts and souls of all of our brothers and sisters out there. Our drive to do that puts us in the vanguard. There's no mistaking it. There'll be no stopping. And I'm going to do everything I can to make sure that every single one of us is lauded for the hard work that we do, and including you. We're looking forward to seeing you participate. You have a turnkey opportunity that Porridge is offering you and Natarific is offering you, and everyone else who wants to be able to make a video. It can be simple, it can be complex. Remember, you don't know how many people it's going to end up reaching out there. You don't know who your voice will speak to until you're writing it down, until you're recording it, if you're going to record it yourself, until you're making those visuals. You're not going to know. We need that. You think that it might not be it might not be much. Your voice might not be much. I want you to reflect for a moment, and we can talk about, and we can mention so many of these things that we just don't have time for. I already burned up so much of the darn show, but we can think about Tall Kevin I didn't sell these bumper stickers that this guy had. He went online, he made a bumper sticker. Now, before he went online and made the bumper sticker, and I want everybody who's thinking about potentially participating in this competition, I mean, this is, you could and should be doing this without a competition. But in this case, there's a competition. Your stuff will get seen. And you may have bragging rights, and there may be a little financial gift that is, or prize that's going to be rather included. But think about this. Tall Kevin sat down. He wanted a bumper sticker. He knew what roughly the kinds of things that are supposed to be said because he's going free. He's fully engaged and involved in the practice. He created a bumper sticker that he liked. It said nowhiteguilt.org on it. And he went out. Now, before we get there, what do you think that he thought his odds were that any good would come of a bumper sticker? Who knows? I don't know how many bumper stickers he put up. But what do you think his odds were that he thought something good would come? Probably not much more, maybe less than what you think your odds are to do something significant. He created the bumper sticker. He went out, he plastered it on a sign, and Andrew Torba saw the sign and then gabbed several times the website and things that we were doing and saying, and it became infinitely far widely known as a consequence because Andrew Torba saw it. You don't know. Maybe something you do, it resonates with the niece of a CEO of an international organization, and he or she loves this niece to death, and she takes this information to him. You have no idea We need to reach people where they are. No army. We're not going to ever put together an army that's going to march out and bend society to our will. That is not how, that is so stupid. I'm tired. I'm just sorry. I get tired of this. It is dumb. That's not going to happen. You're not dumb if you think it. It's just a dumb idea, and it's not going to have lots of evidence of it. But we do reach people where they are in all of their different levels of power, all of their different communities. It could be 10 removed. You hit somebody's niece whose uncle is a janitor, and she tells him about it, and he gets interested, and then he tells somebody that he's interested. And before you know it, it's the dean, of Notre Dame. I mean, who knows? Get involved.
That reminded me.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Sorry, it reminded me when Mark Dice had typed into Google define anti-whiteism, and what he found was a website that somebody in our community had made, which had Jason's definition on it. So
Yep.
we dominate the conversation now because there's not millions of people using this word anti-white, but we have to keep that up because we don't want our voices to be drowned out when everyone does start talking about it. We don't want anti-whites to get in early and start defining what it is, and we don't want these conservatives to start watering down the concept. We've got to get in early, get in strong, and we want to keep that pressure up because nobody else is going to do the work, and it's not necessarily, well, it's not going to be some savior who suddenly puts the word into everyone's lips and minds.
Right.
But it could actually be a villain who does it, Maybe Joe Biden might slip up and say,
Yes.
I'm not anti-white. Or the media might try to claim that some recent attack, they might run a headline that said, no, this was not an anti-white attack. But millions of people might respond by saying, yes, it was an anti-white attack, or saying, yes, Joe Biden, you are anti-white. And at that point, they're all using the word unintentionally, but it's been put in their head and the cat's out the bag. So you never know what role you're going to play in that, unless you start working.
Yes. Gosh, we're men and women of the West. For God's sakes, let us live up to the behavior of our ancestors. There aren't just folks like, it doesn't just live in people like Elon Musk, for God's sakes. We need to be it, or it doesn't happen. And Porridge is doing it. A lot of you out there are doing, very proud of you. And we want to see another one of these long shot stories. Look at the Kentucky Derby just won. Was the 1-80 or something like that. It might be, you might be the one. So God bless you, Porridge. Anything you want to say before we let you go?
No, I've got everything out. Thanks that I've needed to say. So, thanks for your support of the project. Really looking forward to seeing your entry. And I encourage everyone in the chat, get involved as well. And thanks for your stream and all. I've noticed you've been doing a lot of bonus streams lately. You're working even harder than normal, which is a great example for all of us. Maybe you've sensed also that now the time is right.
Yes.
But yeah, thanks again, Jason. I'll let you know if I have any more exciting updates on the project, and we'll chat later.
Yeah, we'll have you back whenever, brother.
Thanks,
we
mate.
love you. Promethean hails to you.
Bye-bye.
Drowning in the argument, the anti-white says, what exactly is anti-white? You have got to be animated with the righteous passion of reclaiming our destiny. We are the heroes of this era. And that, folks, was the wonderful, the heroic, the glorious, lovely Porridge from Down Under, a true champion, and we really celebrate him. We have Brent Danger says, anti-white is back in the dictionary. Is it really? Wow, that would be a huge victory for us. Oh my gosh. Oh, wait, didn't we have... Yeah, this, when did this happen? I think... Didn't we come across this? It didn't just happen, but it's recent. It's very recent. I think, did Final Blossom? Who might have mentioned this? Anti-white. Well, here it is, folks. Either way, This is brand new back, and we're going to see it appearing in more and more. And what is this? Huh. I don't know what that's about. It looks like they changed something on the software while we are live. Well, they can do that because somebody's always going to be live, right? So that's cool. But there you have it. That's worth a celebration. This is going to be turning out then in printed dictionaries because of us. Don't let anybody else tell you otherwise. We are the engine of putting these concepts into societal use because of things like this. This didn't just happen. Anti-whites didn't do this to themselves. It's not because somebody ran. I mean, think about what Porge just said. What a huge point that was that he just made about how you have this colossal content creator, Mark Dice. He has his subscribers, but then he influences a great many more content creators and their subscribers. He got online to look for, well, what does anti-whiteism mean? And he came across a website made by one of us. Whoever that person is, did he know when he made that website that Mark Dice was going to land on our definition of anti-whiteism and then show that repeatedly to millions of people? You have to stop counting yourself out. No, it's time to make it happen. That is so exciting. That is really marvelous. Really quickly, I want you all to see actually, you know what? Instead, let's have a little bit of a celebratory bumper on anti-white in this dictionary, Merriam-Webster, and look for it appearing in more and more. Go out there and find it in the new publications, folks. That'll be very exciting. Be right back.
They are not opposing white supremacy. They are not opposing white nationalism. They are not opposing white separatism. They are opposing white identity. They are opposing white people.
All right. It's suddenly midnight, or at least late here. It's dark. And so we're going to jump right into our cozy little community we have here right now into the Going Free lesson of the day. We're going to start off. We were talking about leaders in the white sympathetic sphere, content creators, organizational leaders, and what they do. What are they up to? And we watched this debate yesterday. We reviewed it. It took place the day earlier. But we want to talk about what's being done because juxtapositioning what is normally done and the failures and successes there with what we do and the wild successes that we have here is important, because success in anything you're doing, if you're producing a car, you have one method that works better than another. You're like Elon Musk, or you're producing a rocket, one method is better than another. You need to know these things so that you can pull ahead. You don't want to stay just because of the inertia in things that don't work. So this is Going Free, edition 2, iteration 2, Thought Leaders in the White Sympathetic Sphere, page 92. Whether leading organizational entities or providing edutainment, thought leaders in the white sympathetic sphere are either doom documenters or doom dissectors. They either report on the harm that anti-whites are inflicting on Western kind and Western civilization, or they search through contemporary historical events and disciplines, only tenuously relevant to our situation, for deeper meaning, as well as the formulating of new questions to stimulate further inquiry. I want to ask you, as I go through this, and please, with your questions or comments, reach out while we're in this segment of the gathering. If you don't understand, you do understand, you want to endorse, you want to doubt, whatever it is. But what good do you think it does for somebody who is already psychologically wounded, with a gaping wound of self-hatred from anti-whiteism, to then, when they decide, I don't like this, I want something different, I want to go another direction, how much good do you think it does for them to then go to organizational leaders and content creators and consume doom documentation and doom dissecting, dawn till dusk and all through the night, 7 days a week, 365 days a year? How good is that for them? Even if they approached that fully, we'd say, without infection, without victimization, without injury, they wouldn't last long before becoming depressed and hateful and just acrimonious. And that's what we end up seeing, isn't it? How many people in the white sympathetic sphere, how many of you honestly in the white sympathetic sphere, you meet good people? There's no doubt about that. But do you not meet good people that you see are injured by what they're doing, are mired in what they're doing? And have you not actually met many more people who have become very isolated of their own doing, very hateful of everyone around them? The family has thrown them out. They hate their family. They hate every member of their family. They hate the people they work for and with. They're disgusted with everything. They don't get along anywhere. Isn't that what you know? They are constantly using negativity. They're constantly negative about everything. They control everything. And then they resort to the they is, anti-whites, one group or another. They control everything. They're doing this to us. And then they resort to these very fanciful, very childish statements of what we need is to be able to print the money. What we need is to start our own country. What we need is to be 100 feet tall apiece. That's how dumb those statements are. And those are not necessarily the statements of dumb people, although dumb people could say such things, certainly. Those are the statements of desperate people. It is resorting to magic. It's one of the reasons why magic is so popular in fiction, isn't it? Because you gain something that you haven't worked for. You gain a trump card over something for which there is no trump card. Something that menaces you, some bête noire that menaces you. You suddenly cast some sort of we just need to be able to take over the military. And now you have something you can work with. So these are the statements of injured people. And this is always, it's always hurt me emotionally to see this. I felt pity for these people. Many of them probably didn't want to have someone feeling pity for them, but it's the way it is, because I love our people. But I feel pity for them when I see them mired. They've doom dissected, as First Last has given us. They've doom dissected, and now they are miserable, wretched. They were taught to hate their people and hate themselves, and now they're miserable and wretched with the impossibility of ever accomplishing or doing anything except scaring somebody who might be anti-white or just villainy signaling it, shocking them, horrifying them with something they say or something they wear or something they do. That's all they become. The anti-white oligarchs, and well below, many rungs down, just the anti-white that maybe runs the local Republican or Democrat office, They have never looked at you and those folks as a threat. They look at you, Republicans, most Republican leaders, and this is not people who vote Republican, most Republican leaders look at you as a very unfortunate burden that they have to carry if they are going to try to get votes from and disavow a disavowal waiting to happen. If they're going to get votes from people who care about America, who care about Germany, who care about Italy, Democrat anti-whites, they see you as an opportunity. I hope that person goes and does something horrible so we can use that to inflict more injury on Western kind. That's no way to live a life, and it's certainly not going to empower you and our people as a consequence. And yet this is the fundamental substance of white sympathy everywhere you look. And you have a man that you're looking at here, just a man, fallible as every other human being, who's been pushing against that forever and enduring the slings and arrows of it, the slander of it, because of my love and concern and care. And there is nothing embarrassing about that. Having love for your people and wanting to do something real. Those will be the people that do something. The little folks who say, "Oh, well, that's you're not tough enough, or you're not snarky enough." They don't do anything. Often, doomed documenters specialize in entertaining you. Some by way of sharing the most sensational, mysterious, and infuriating acts of doom, and others by way of punctuating their doom documenting with flippancy, jocularity, and crude jokes. Doom dissectors, on the other hand, often self-importantly lecture their audiences, exploring the doom without any productive effort to apply discovered truths to practical use for recapturing our destiny. Their pretentious prattling is akin to the display of plumage, clearly revealing a self-serving agenda of self-aggrandizement, visibly relishing every compliment of their intelligence and education. Is that what we are? And I chose this a perfect passage here because I quote Porridge next. But I really yesterday almost started making really evident who's at fault for bad leadership. I said it a little bit, but I almost really went off. The people responsible for bad leadership are you. You are responsible for bad leaders. You are getting the leaders you deserve. I want you to chew on that and think about that for a while. Why are you choosing guys who are funny? Why are you choosing guys who are doom documenters? Why are you choosing guys who are doom dissectors? You keep coming back with, my God, this went nowhere. This person was awful, ended up being awful. This person, blame you. How many of these people who talk about, this is really fucking serious. Sometimes we got to sit down and maybe we need to have a segment where I put on like a tweedy jacket and we have a conversation like doctor and patient. Ladies, don't get too excited. Some of you guys out there as well. But maybe we need to do that. Because a lot of these people who talk about how there's this group out there, this particular race or particular group out there, and they just get kicked out. They get kicked out again and again and again, and they want us to believe it's everybody else's fault but their own. These same people that say that continue to choose shitty leader after shitty leader and want us to believe it's all those leaders' faults. It's not theirs. It's not because they don't know how to select the good guy, the heroic guy, the noble guy, the guy who is living virtuously. No, it's not their fault. No, it was they were betrayed by the leader. If you were betrayed by, you got exactly what you deserved. Your leader ran you into trouble. Now your life is ruined. You repeated what the leader said. You couldn't get out of it just by being snarky like the leader. You couldn't get out of the things you said when you were hauled before that anti-white tribunal at work because you repeated what your leader said, and now you're fired. And initially you're going to blame the anti-whites for it, but you're going to know deep down it's your fault, and it's your fault because of where you got the info. And then you're going to slowly begin to hate those leaders or that leader. This has gone on way too long in the white, at least for me. 3 decades, more than long enough to watch people select loser after loser, detriment after detriment, and watch them just sit by and watch them complain that it was that guy's fault. Everybody who wants to complain about Spencer, I want you to go look in the mirror. And there have been plenty of others. He's the name that we could say. There are leaders right now. You want to complain you were a follower? You want to complain about these guys after being a follower? I want you to go look in the mirror. Something's wrong with you. You lack the ability to identify somebody worthy of leadership. The white sympathetic sphere. I want this to be clipped out and shared widely or repeated, shared widely. The white sympathetic sphere has been getting the leaders, the lousy, awful, self-serving leaders that the white sympathetic sphere deserves. This is what you all have been asking for. This is what you all get behind. This is what you all throw your money at. I've watched again and again. How many of these people now? I don't know how much of this stuff is, maybe none of this stuff is true that's being said about Nick Fuentes. Maybe it's just a bunch of jealous people. But there are people now who are saying some negative things about Fuentes that were followers of his. They want to laugh at him. They want to make jokes about him. They want to say what a this and what a that he is or whatever. None of them are going to look in the mirror. You know what they're going to get next? Another Nick Fuentes. If this Nick Fuentes is actually what they claim him to be. Like I said, maybe none of it's true. They can, all those, I'm not following it. But the people who chose, how about the people who chose that guy? I can't remember his whole name now. So many, have been so many over the years. Alex, whatever. Richard Spencer. How many people chose Richard Spencer and never looked in the mirror? And you know what you're going to get? Richard Spencer. Why didn't all those people who were followers of Richard Spencer show up at somebody else's door? Do you know why? Was it because they weren't worthy of, was it because any individual out there wasn't worthy of a leadership role? Or is it because they're waiting and pining for the next Richard Spencer? Folks, we're not going to achieve what we need to achieve if you, as an individual, don't take stock of your errors in decisions about who to follow and who to invest your time and money and voice in and with. We just won't, because you're going to keep choosing the losers, just like all these folks. And it's particularly galling to watch them complain about women choosing the wrong men to have their children, the losers, the dregs, the rakes, the guy who's going to leave them on the side of the road, the guy who's going to just be cheating on them, the guy who's just going to, and then you hear from the woman over and over, the baby daddy, he was this and he was that. Never her fault, never her choices. And then you see some of them, they try to, they look like they might be wising up. They go out there and they start looking for a decent guy, but really they just abuse him at that point. The many guys know about this. They know so well. Women show up later. They're like, oh, I'm used up and I got kids, or I got a kid, or I got kids so many years later, sex partners later, used up, and now I'm interested in you. Too bad. They want to make fun of these women. They want to disparage these women. And then they do the exact same thing with the guys they choose to lead, to follow, the leaders they choose to follow. A community participant, Polridge, wrote the following under a GoFree video. Your message is simple. We are for white well-being. We are against anti-whiteism. This message appeals to everybody, everyday people. But this does not appeal to thought leaders because there isn't much to analyze and dissect. It wasn't created by an 18th century French philosopher. It isn't a rabbit hole of alternative worldviews and abstract thinking. If a humble trucker or shelf stacker can learn your methods and put them into practice, that makes the thought leaders redundant. That's why they create intricate webs of abstract ideas, which fosters endless pontification and deeper rabbit holes. My friends, that's genius. That's actual intelligence. These philosophers, these wannabe philosophers today, they want to talk about these different philosophers of the past. This guy right here is far more intelligent. We'll finish up on this little bit with an exotic form of content creator that can be found in both of these categories is the fantasist. The fantasist documents and dissects doom to stimulate fear, which he or she promises to alleviate with an entertaining solution, entrancing solution. These so-called solutions are unrealizable. The fantasist's analysis of conditions and prescriptions for remedies are faulty, often intentionally misleading, but intriguing. Such thought leaders are charlatans. Praise, sex, money are their objectives. In sharp contrast, going free is a revolutionary practice and a radical departure from the forms above. In keeping with the Western can-do spirit, going free has and continues to serve the objective of recapturing our destiny. We serve that objective by seeking pragmatic solutions to our individual and group challenges, and then subjecting those potential solutions to reason, logic, and evidence, as well as the scientific method. That's what white people do. That's what achievers do. Stop. The other thing I'll say, we get into these MPs right now. Got 2 MPs to talk about, mean pathogens. Don't tell me you don't know what an MP is, and that's going to be too hard to learn, but you can learn what an 07 means. You can learn what felted means, or you can learn what any of these things mean that pop up in the conversation in the white sympathetic sphere. The other thing to say, though, is if you demand a higher standard from your leaders, they will have to give it whether they're charlatans or not. So ultimately, the power is in your hands. These people now who want to say, whether it's true or not, again, I'm not saying one way or the other. Maybe it's all fake that they're saying about Nick, for all I know. But they want to say, oh, the signs were there. The signs were there of this or that. Well, then you should have spoke up and said, look, this is totally unacceptable. Right when the sign was there. MP, and you will all have heard this in your lives. Once again, I'm empowering you. And so are all of the spirits of those who have contributed and are contributing. That's what this is about. That's what makes this so different. This is what you need to communicate when you talk to people throughout the white sympathetic sphere. That's what's taking place here. Yeah, we spend the first couple of hours entertaining you and do other streams entertaining you. Good. But this is where the meat is. This is where the meat and potatoes are. We'll give you the bubbly. We'll have some fun. Knock a few people out. Whatever it is. But then you got to get down to the work. And this is bettering your life. I'm not just here saying, well, you know, I'll tell you, like, wonderful for me to say to Mr. Bloom and his friends how to handle certain addictions. That's fantastic. I want to do that. Absolutely there for that. I want to tell you all what's going in the world. Absolutely there for that. This will change your life. I haven't put in thousands of it. You know what? You know what's happened with this? I can't tell you. There are people who are far smarter than me. And their hearts must be even bigger because they don't even want anybody to know who they are. Who have seen my efforts. And they see a guy toiling away against insurmountable odds. And they have shown up. And they've said, I want to help. I don't want anybody to know who I am. Not even you, Jason. I want to help. And they've made things infinitely better for you. Those are the kind of things that good people, they feel it. They don't just hear it. You know, I can't look at a man working if I'm out there and not, like, if I go to somebody's house and the guy's got, you know, maybe finishing up something before he's going to hang out or something. I can't watch him work. You kidding me? Can you? White supremacy, bigotry, systematic racism, etc. So anything like that, you can think of any of these MPs that they've used over the years, needs to be crushed. When they say that, what are they actually saying? How do you respond to that? How do you respond when you're in a conversation? How many times have you been in a conversation and not been able to respond when an anti-white says to you, well, white supremacy needs to be crushed? You know, I've watched people that you would consider irreproachable in the white sympathetic sphere fail at that. Well, I agree it needs to be crushed, but it doesn't really exist. Or most of the white supremacists are actually feds. Or so many failures. We could go on and on. Here is a meme curative that you can use verbatim. This is on page 223, second edition, iteration 2. When you say white supremacy, you mean white people. So when you say that white supremacy has to be crushed, you are saying that white people have to be crushed, which proves that you are anti-white. Do not let them tell you. Let me rephrase this. Do not let them keep you in their anti-white narrative. If they say to you, white supremacy needs to be crushed, there are premises there that you're not seeing. If you accept that, you are in their anti-white narrative, and there is nothing that you can say to win. Nothing. You cannot take the pen away from the author in their story. You are a character and a fool. The only choice here is to refield with concepts of our own to be in our story. When you say that white supremacy, you mean white people. Well, they might say, no, I don't. I don't mean all white people. Oh, so there are white people who can care about white well-being and you're good with them? You're good with white well-being? You're good with white people not being victimized? Or does that mean and you see how you are now in charge of the conversation? When you say that white supremacy has to be crushed, you are saying that white people have to be crushed, which proves that you're anti-white. Well, no, white people don't have to be crushed. Oh, really? So white people who are anti-white don't have to be crushed? You're okay. They're anti-white enough. You're okay with those. But if a white person's not, so does that mean that you're okay with diversity fires? Does that mean you're okay with that? Next MP we're going to cover is whites having a preference for non-whites is virtuous. Now, on tap, yesterday, I did 2 streams. We had Sven Longshanks on from Radio Albion, and we got into a conversation. Do check it out. We got into a conversation about the anti-white narrative in this, how there is an anti-white morality inside the anti-white narrative, so that if you stay in that story, you are immoral. You are immoral. What do the white people do? Sven said he's of the mind that is very similar, he said, to Jared Taylor. I noted it as well. That believes that people are good. I don't believe that. I don't believe that the vast majority or most people are good. People are good when they demonstrate that they're good. But he believes that most people are good and that they want to do the right thing. Doesn't that beg the question? What question? What question? Same conversation I've had with Jared Taylor many times. What is good? What is right? To say that people want to do the good thing, that they want to do the right thing, inside of an anti-white narrative, means that they want to do the anti-white thing. Is that still good? Is that still virtuous? Do you want to call it virtue signaling when it's really villainy signaling? Here's an MC that you can use or you can adjust. Same page, 223. You call white erasure virtuous, and that tells me everything I need to know about you. Here you have it. Whites, MP, whites having a preference for non-whites is virtuous. What did we see Sven talking about people saying? And you see this a lot, in the United States, people saying, I want non-white people to do good. I want them to stand up for themselves. You don't have to want them. They're going to do it. The reason you're saying it is because you think that they will reciprocate. When have they done that? Whites having a preference for non-whites is virtuous. This is an MP. It can only exist in a world where the morality is anti-white. The MC. You call white erasure virtuous. And that tells me everything I need to know about you. I'll take a look at your questions about this, and I'm going to get into Crucible. If you've got young friends, especially if you are in the Groyper communities in the U.S. and the U.K. or wherever else, you got young communities, young men. We're going to be talking about Crucible, young men and women. We're going to be talking about Crucible. It is a nonfiction story that I wrote that is their story right today. They need to read Crucible. Every one of them needs to read Crucible. They can get it at Amazon. They can get it at nowhiteguiltcollectibles.com. There's no shame in me telling them, I want 10 million copies sold. And do you think it's for money? If you do, you have no idea who the hell I am. I'll take a look and see if you all have questions and any other comments or financial gifts. And then we're going to take a peek at Crucible, and we're going to keep rolling since we're nearing the bottom of the 8th hour. Over here on Cash App, we have a very lovely woman who continues to show up week after week. God bless her. I love Jesus Christ. Financially gifting $10. Thank you so very much, and thank you for being so reliable. A wonderful champion. Otherwise, blank over there, and we will swivel back and maybe, we should make some suggestions to me. You want me to go on and to try to reach more people and do some blood sports? Fine. I'll go mess people up. That's no trouble whatsoever. Want me to physically, I think, isn't there supposed to be an actual physical boxing match or something between people? Is there? You want me to go whoop somebody's ass? Fine. Because we're running out of time. Things are becoming unrecognizable. Looks like we're blank on entropy. And let me see if we're blank over here on Odyssey. Yeah, question everything is here. Let's see what's over there. I'm trying to, the monitor is just most blurry. They need to fix these things. Question everything writes, I think here at the bottom, I think I'm saying, says, I will just be honest. I love Jason and believe that he is sincere. There are times when I have to separate the message from him. Not often, but I do. He is doing a lot for us. We as a community need to step up to. God bless you. Thank you for that. I appreciate much love in return, brother. Thank you so much. And over there on D Live, pretty slow, but hello to anybody who is there. So I will go ahead and get in. I'll take a look at YouTube, of course. Brad C is with us. Great to see you, brother. So's Caleb. Seeing you on a kill stream would be pretty funny. I'll go. In fact, somebody I found in my email that somebody representing Ralph wrote me, and it's a couple of weeks old. But as you all know, I'm quite busy, got inundated, and I found it, and I responded. So that was just yesterday, though. I think it was for an interview, just a discussion, probably saying, who the hell are you? And that's fine. I told him I would go on and have a conversation with him. Mark has said good things about him. I know there are others that have said bad things. I don't know which is true, which isn't true. I'm an honest actor. It could be one or the other. Maybe there are bad things. Maybe there are excuses. Maybe there are no excuses. Maybe it's bad people. Maybe it's good people. Mark has said good things about him to me. And they mentioned Mark when they asked me to appear. So if you know him, let him know that I responded to the email. It was somebody called, now I just remembered. I paid little attention when it's not relevant, but it was somebody called like therapist, Alex Jones therapist or something like that. Summer Lee is here. Hello, and good to see you. Masumi Rabbit, great to see you as well. See, Ryan has been very energetic. Lockie, great to see you, brother. Lockie said, I scribbled the definition in all the dictionaries. Wow. Where did you do that? Like the library? Holy crap. That would be funny. Rick is here. Great to see you. Just scrolling through. Please, folks, remember, when I say I'm scrolling through, if you maybe wrote Jay or Jason or at Jason or something, it's very unlikely to see it. All of these monitors are crap and they're so blurry. I hope that somebody can make a monitor that is nice and crisp and clear one of these days. Mrs. Jess Horse looks like she's taken off. So you got to tag me, and then it turns orange, and then I see it. Actually, I might magically be able to address that. We'll see. I just remembered. Are you the person who submitted something that would magically help me reach out to me again, because have you made any updates? And we'll talk. Private Life is here. Says sometimes being a parent replaces need to be replaces the need to be a community leader. Sure. Yep. Isn't that so nice of Ladybug? Jason always has the most brilliant and clear analogies. Thank you, Sugar. The great Roy Danton is with us. So's Franklin. They're hanging in there. Hanging in here, even on this Mother's Day. We have this close-knit group on this Mother's Day. A happy Mother's Day to everyone. British Dragon is here. Great to see you. I guess ask the question here. Who's really in power? We were never asked. Do you show up? Do you give money to? Do you laud and celebrate? Like, for example, I'm not saying you did this, British Dragon. That's a really cool name, by the way. But do you show up, laud, celebrate, donate to, say you're a follower of someone, and then find out that that someone is a dirtbag, stealing, low life, classless, leading everybody into the ground, and then say, I never voted for them. Your actions, your words, this is what does it. So again, not saying that you did it, but your question just helped me, enabled me to help others potentially see clearly. So thank you for that. Bevokish says, what are they claiming Nick Fuentes is? Great question. I don't. Crystal is here. Great to see you. I don't know. I mean, it's a bunch of, allegations about sexuality and about different standards, poor treatment of followers and things like this. I don't know if any of it, if some of it is true or none of it is true. So I'm not going to say, I won't weigh in on, at least until, there's something. I mean, more people are coming out, I get it, but you can also have a lot of jealous people, right? You can have a lot of jealous people that they're not in the limelight and they want to be, maybe. I don't know the people that are, maybe they're great guys. Who knows? The guys who were on that, the two guys that do the Kino Casino, Worski, I know from back in the day, and he's one of them. And then there's another guy. I think I heard Worski use the names like Ashton, something like this, but I don't know that he was talking to the other guy for sure. It's a guy that is a little bit heavier and but funny guy. And Worski back in the day, you all know, he was like anti-white, hardcore. At least that was a lot of what I was told. And then when I would see videos of him, he was taking hardcore anti-white positions. And then he disappeared for a while, and people said, "Oh, he's come back." But now he's a different guy. He's like a changed man. And then I got news, I don't know, a couple of years after that. Oh, he's back to the old anti-white ways, and then back again. So dealing with a lot of vicissitudes, it seems like, as many of us, subject to. So I don't know exactly where he is on the whole white positive or white sympathetic spectrum. I don't know. But he tells some jokes that I heard when they were talking about this. But mostly he's just, he's the laugh track. He's got a laugh that makes you laugh when the other guy tells the jokes, mostly. But they both go. But they're the ones that are talking about. It seems there might be others, but they might be honest in their efforts, or they might be dishonest. They might be getting manipulated by people who are not truthful, or maybe they're honest. Who knows? But if you are one of these Nick Fuentes acolytes, and you end up believing these things that are said, these negative things about Nick, then you have to blame yourself. for having followed him, not for him being what he is. I mean, that's like these people, and it's all of you. You know, there are a few exceptions. There definitely, if you're one of the exceptions, more power to you. But it's like seeing a porcupine and you run up and you give it a big old bear. Look at how cuddly it is. And you give it a big old bear hug. And then you're like, what the, you know, I'm bloodied from this. No, that's not the porcupine's fault. That's what a porcupine is. Art Acrobats is here. Not claiming that B. Volkish has anything to do with any of that or has made that error. Promethean Promulgation. Great to see you, brother. And let's not see, you know what, I haven't seen any evidence. You all can tell me. I haven't seen any evidence. But I have a little bit of a feeling that because there have been so much misleadership maybe, or misrulership, or I have a little bit of a feeling there is a slight opening here now for these e-girls to start showing up again. Let's not do that, okay? Intranet Explorer. Yeah, exactly. These. Don't even worry about it. It just means like owned, like you were owned. Thunderbolt. Hello to you. Elaine, the great Elaine Sabatino, a true champion, saying the power of the 5 key concepts is unstoppable. It is indeed. Again, folks, if you want to get my attention, then... All right, Mr. V is up first on the calls. Tonight. All right. Can you imagine how pissed people are going to be? What do you mean it's my fault that Spencer was a ruler or whoever else, a leader? What do you mean it's my fault? We're going to do Crucible really quick. Crucible, child, patriot, American victory. Young man, young woman, really anybody of any age. This is your story. This is what happened to you. But this is an inspiring story because we win in the end. Did you win at your school? 11 to 13 years of age. This is chapter 24. Picking up, I'll read just a little bit here because we've got to get to calls and some comments. If you all remember, I say, "Who's Martin?" I choked as I halted in the middle of the hallway near the library, utterly taken by surprise, scanning the oblivious crowd at his back as though the threat tore at his heels. "A black kid," panted Ryan, his eyes popping. "What grade?" "8th. "Is he coming now?" I asked in a shaky voice, my heart thundering a crescendo in my ears, the air unmoving in my lungs. "Yeah, he's looking for you." Chapter 24, Hunted. Page 84. Another betrayal by one of my white peers opened the gates to my victimizers. Days earlier, I had learned that awards were going to be issued to students at the end of the year. Though the school was predominantly white, there was going to be an equal distribution of awards among the races, which meant that we were going to be discriminated against on the basis of our race. There was also going to be an additional set of awards strictly for non-white students. I was furious, and I had spoken on the subject in every class. If there are non-white awards, I conscientiously declared to hostile audiences, there should be white awards. That wouldn't be fair to the minorities, and it would be totally racist, inanely groaned a white girl, rolling her eyes as though I, rather than she, was stupid. Her blue jeans and pea green turtleneck struggling to restrain her corpulent rolls. You're going to get your ass kicked, dude, sneered an 8th grade white boy, shaking his pimple-racked horse face in disbelief and adding, whatever. This isn't up for discussion, Jason, shot one of my teachers in scandalized tones, her eyes clamping shut like springing mousetraps as she spoke. Jason, said Mr. Wolf disgustedly, you can't change this. Just go to class and do your schoolwork. My demands and my next location had been carried to the ears of a black 8th grader by an anti-white white boy who was intensely jealous of everyone he perceived as superior to himself. Ever sensitive to any hint of inequality, the anti-white black boy, Martin, decided that my demand for the equal treatment of whites warranted an immediate and violent beatdown. Yeah, he's looking for you, said Ryan quickly, turning around and feverishly scanning the crowd. There he is. At the end of the hall was a black kid, obviously Martin, purposefully striding in my direction. His fist balled, his chest bowed, his face barbaric. Behind him scrambled a swarm of morbidly obsessed onlookers, mostly white, clearly eager to see what they hoped would be a massacre. Ryan nervously cleaned the sweat from his palms on the sides of his jeans. He owns a pair of brass knuckles, too. I've seen him. What are you going to do? I don't know, I heard myself respond in a shaky voice, unable to tear my eyes away from the idol's equality enforcer. I was terrified and confused. I knew there wasn't a chance in hell of reasoning with Martin, and I didn't want to fight him either, especially if he were wearing brass knuckles. But maybe I didn't have to. He hadn't seen me, and none of the kids around me had any idea a fight was coming. I think I'll see you later, Ryan, I said in a voice of forced calm as I stepped through an unlabeled door to my right. Thanks, I called after him as he perplexedly sped down the hall, casting nervous glances over his shoulder at Martin and his entourage. Gloomily lit, the room was a musty storage space. Metal shelves lined the walls, cardboard boxes lined the shelves, and computer printouts lined the boxes, through which one of the school's librarians speedily riffled. Can I help you, dear? She trilled pleasantly from a warm smile. Yeah, I was just wondering, I stalled, throwing fearful looks at the open doorway and debating whether or not to tell her that I was about to be jumped. Do you have a book on the Red Baron? I'm sure we do. I'll help you find one, said the warm smile as she strode right by me and entered the hall, walking in Martin's direction, expecting me to follow. I couldn't think of anything to say to stop her. I couldn't tell her that my feet suddenly weighed hundreds of pounds and that a violent anti-white was on his way to beat me down. So I unwillingly, tremblingly followed. We'll stop there. I never lost a fight, ladies and gentlemen. We'll take calls now. We'll see what you all have to say. We'll get to the comments and these other things that we have another day.
Hey, brother, can you hear me?
Perfectly, brother. Loud and clear. How are you?
Fantastic. I'm well. How are you, sir?
I'm great, and it's wonderful to speak with you. What's on your mind tonight, good sir?
Well, before we get to the GFC updates, and there's good stuff happening, I'd like to mention and do a bit of a comparison between your review of The Northman and Richard Spencer's review of The Northman.
Ah, please.
Yeah, so on the latest Radix podcast, from 1 minute until 16 minutes, Richard and Edward Dutton talk about The Northman. I wrote down a couple of things Richard said. Let me just read it to you.
Okay.
So, It is a film about race in the most basic sense, in the sense of your own bloodline. He also says, he talks about the Hamlet origins and the plot twist. He says it's a thrilling plot. He also says the audience was packed, so there were a lot of people, and all the reviews that I'm seeing of The Northman are raving about it. They all love it. They say it's excellent and all this other kind of stuff. So our people are unfortunately really lapping it up. He also says that it doesn't just depict Vikings, as like fun people with horns on their helmets and whatnot. He says this: it actually depicts them as animals and as horrible people on one level. It shows the reality of war, but then also depicts violence in a heroic way. It's just an amazing film.
Wow.
Yeah, that one, that one really struck me. Here's a few others. It is kind of a white nationalist movie. And then the final quote: Hollywood has produced the most insanely right-wing film I've seen in quite some time.
He is unwell. That's either. I think it's entirely possible that the stress of being sued and everything going wrong and the potential for other suits embroiling him has broken something in him. Something is really wrong. To be able to look at that film and say some of those things that you are quoting him of saying, that's unconscionable.
Yeah, you wonder if people saw the same movie that you did.
Yeah.
Right? You really wonder what is up with people in our sphere thinking this is a good movie, and there's this fallacy that just because it's all Westmen, somehow it's better, or this term that's going around, non-PC. No, the reason why they're all Westmen is because they want you to see them all be bad, to all be horrible, horrible people. This is a world without non-whites. This is a world where the white man rules and everyone is raped.
Yes.
And no, they do this as well in horror movies, for example. So just use the example from the same director, The Witch. There's only 3 non-whites in The Witch, and they're Indians. The rest is all white people. Why? Because it's a horror movie. And they do this a lot. When it's a horror movie, it's all Westmen.
Yes. I'll point out, too, that, again, this is a depiction of Westmen and Western civilization by anti-whites. The guy, according to Adam Green, I don't know if this is true or not, so we have to. It is, as far as he's concerned. The financier is a Jewish billionaire who also was in the Mossad. Hard to look at a depiction of, really sick people. And I don't mean sick as in we have to, like reject them or something, but they're sick with anti-whiteism. When you can look at an anti-white depiction of our people, an anti-white view of our people, and say, that's good. That's what it is. That's what it was like. It is monstrous. It is absolutely monstrous. And would anti-whites, would they be so dumb? Of course not. If I gave a depiction in our story of what the anti-whites are, would they come away from the movie saying, he got it right? This is a powerful movie. He showed us as the animals that we are. Purposeless, selfish, no gallantry, no honor, no dignity. He just showed us as nasty as we are. Great movie. Everybody should go. No, they would never do that. They're not that dumb. What a sick people we've been left with. And did Dutton feel the same way about it?
Dutton didn't speak about it as much. He was mostly, from what I could tell, concerned with people's reaction to it because it was, quote, non-PC. That is the term that he used. Our people are still using, anti-wokeness, wokeness, all non-PC, all this terminology.
How absolutely ignorant as well. And what would be not anti-white about it? It was made by anti-whites. It depicts it depicts our people as incestuous and mass murderers of children, and that this is the norm. This is what happens. On and on, and you could go on and on about it. But how is that not anti-white? Of course it's you've depicted us as unthinking monsters. Of course that's anti-white. Whatever. But yeah, everybody, and they're effectively choosing. When you're talking about leaders, by the way, here you have people going over and listening to Spencer still. But I mean, if this is what Dutton is turning, and I don't know, I'm not watching it, but when you become a follower of a content creator, you're choosing that person as leader. And if that's what they're creating, then it's your fault that this person has gotten so much popularity and has so much influence, whoever that person might be, whether it's Dutton or not. Like I say, I don't know what he's up to. But please continue.
You're spot on, brother. And this gets into the whole issue of AF that's happening right now, which has been coming for a long time. You know, Kino Casino is a recent show, but they've been making thousands of dollars just by laughing at AF. That tells you that there's enough material, and Ethan Ralph and others, but there's enough material there that they can make, you know, so much money out of it and attract an audience. And the evidence that they use primarily to make their case is clips from AF themselves, the ridiculous, nonsensical things that Fuentes says, like in his debate with Mr. Medicare, when he said that he was Mustache Man 2, 3, and 4.
Oh, yes, I heard that. Right.
Yeah, and talking about how he would rather be with a monkey than a woman and a child. And absolutely insane, ridiculous things. These are not serious people. And finally, a lot of people are realizing that you've been led by a child who's very immature and just wants to, you know, aggrandize himself. How many times do we have to be led by misleaders?
Yeah, I agree. Great question. I didn't know the thing about rather be with a monkey than a woman. Is it a female monkey at least? Did anybody ask that question? Oh my gosh. Yeah. Yeah,
that was very strange. There have been so many comments made about women that are actually anti-female. You know, sometimes when people say this or that is misogynist or whatever, it's BS. But in this case, there have been so many comments, and for so many months, for so long, that yeah, you really get thinking, you know, how does this guy swing, shall we say?
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But one group that always shoots straight is the GFC leaders. So
that's right.
We'll talk a little bit about GFCs. The Arizona GFC is on its way. At first, it was supposed to be the Southern Arizona GFC. The gentleman who is leading that and working on it, he has expanded it to all of Arizona.
Awesome.
Yeah,
awesome.
So that is on its way. Also, some other people emailed me about GFCs. If you emailed me, please check back. I should have emailed you by now. Please look in your email. And if you still want to do that GFC, let me know. Because sometimes it might be that people want to start a GFC, but then something comes up and they can't do it.
Right.
But if you still want to do your GFCs and you emailed me, please let me know. Also, Patrick is continuing with all the great work that he's doing in his GFC. Baldur's already got people, and that person that we spoke about, brother, is already in contact with him. I'm hearing about people getting new applicants as well, so things are going well. If you have not joined the GFC, join one now. The faster you join, the faster it grows, and more people come aboard, and you get to see all the things that you want to see. Don't just be the guy who says, hey, it'd be great if you guys did this or you guys did that. Actually help us make it happen.
Yeah, precisely, folks. Get involved. These GFCs, this is a going free club. So this is fits anything, any part of your life, any interests or what have you. And I need to make a video about it, and I'll get with you, brother. Need to make a video, one of those short videos that we were making. And Natarific got the idea. He started, great champion, that guy. And but this is going to be what really, because it's really going to it's already, you know, circulating. We have them not just in the United States, but this is going to be the gatherings. These are going to be the get-togethers that are going to be able to survive as things get worse for us. And at some point, you're not even going to be able, you're going to get together, you're going to think in private for some sort of show of farce, as we call it. And they're going to come and get you all. That's going to be against the law. So these things will be able to survive for a long time. And these will be the things that are going to empower you ultimately and empower, our people where they are. But please continue, brother.
Spot on as always, brother. Yeah, that community, building that community is what's going to help us, not these, as you say, shows of farce. That's not real strength. Getting together, you, a couple of buddies, and your dog, every one of you puts a skull mask on, including your dog, and you all do, training out in the park. That's not power, man. That's not power. You don't understand. Community and bonds between people, that's where power is. No one's going to get into a business together or go out on a date or, be close brothers without really getting to know each other and having that bond.
Yeah.
None of these projects and operations are going to happen without high trust society.
Yeah.
And step one of getting high trust society back is meeting up and creating community.
Yeah.
And we need a presence everywhere in every single state. And again, the Americans are leading. And I would really appreciate it if our European brothers and sisters stepped up and created a GFC. You can contact me, gofreeclub@protonmail.com if you want to create one, or you can contact Patrick. I believe that's california.gfc@gmail.com. All the email addresses will be below this video. So please join a GFC.
Yeah, amen. Yeah, it's all in the description below. And when anything new comes up, Mr. V will let me know and I will tack it right in there. This is the most important work that we're doing.
I really think it's very important. And the book clubs, I cannot exaggerate how important it is that you actually go through the Go Free practice as a group. You think you're good now, wait until you start doing the practice as a group.
Yes. Then you really begin. I think most people know that you learn best when you teach, but also, when you interact, when you're a student, when you have others present, you discover that they've seen something you haven't seen, and it opens up an entire other world for you. And you think the day before that you were like, wow, I was blind that day. Now there's so much more that I'm aware of. And especially it's poignant when you discover something inside of you that's holding you back, a belief. Somebody shares something and say, oh yeah, when I was a kid, or X, Y, and Z. And then you remember, oh my God, that happened when I was a kid as well. That's exactly what we were taught. I remember that guy who was the Cub Scout troop leader, and he said something, and I remember how I felt, and I completely forgotten about that. Folks, your lives are riddled with those memories. They're in there harming you every moment of your life. But please go ahead, brother.
Yeah, and same with media. Once you start deconstructing old media and looking for mean pathogens there, you'll start recalling other media and, oh yeah, this anti-white thing happened there and that anti-white thing happened there. And it's like fossil layers, and you start discovering that your subconscious mind is actually full of anti-white crap.
Yeah.
And you have to go in there and you have to take it all out, all of it. It's all got to go out.
Precisely. What else do you have for us, brother?
Well, in Iberian Riders GFC, we're working on translations. So we're taking note of political parties, media figures, radio stations that we could do call-ins to, whoever we think is good to reach out to, or whatever platform we think we should have a voice in. And we're gathering all of that so we can start working on testing the lexicon in Spanish and Portuguese. So that's very exciting. We're very much looking forward to that. And again, all these things we're trying to run on a consistent basis, always have something scheduled, bit by bit it gets accomplished. Same thing, the next GFC collab call, that's going to be on Friday. Mm-hmm. So we do and the other thing that first Nate mentioned to you, brother, the game, that's also scheduled on a consistent basis, so that we work on that and working on these things every single week, or week by week. Someone goes off and they work on it on their own time, then we gather, we assemble and we have these meetings, etc. having that consistency gives us so much momentum, and it prevents people from falling into these traps of doom documenting or doom dissecting, or just consuming too much media, because it is possible as well for us to kind of consume too much media in from the white sympathetic sphere, at least.
Yeah, without question.
So that's what we try to do, to make sure that everything that we want for white well-being gets accomplished. And that's about all that I got for tonight, brother.
Well, brother, you're the best. You are a great example, and we got other ones here tonight. I mean, obviously, Porridge. We got so many good examples. You're a great example of somebody who has decided that they are going to be the one. Folks, in the movies and in books, somebody else makes that decision for you, right? The director, the author makes a decision. This character is going to be like anointed. Somebody will, just like like the Harry Potter we were talking about. Somebody comes and says, "By the way, you're totally special," and everybody else is kind of humdrum, but you're totally special. In the real world, you decide if you're going to be the one, if you're going to be special. And Mr. V is demonstrating that wholeheartedly. God bless you, brother. Thank you so much for everything you're doing.
Thank you, brother. And you've been an absolute hero and a light to all of us. Promethean hails. Thank you for everything that you do.
Promethean hails, brother. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Wow, that is amazing. Big thank you again to Slots, who, even though it was just for his connection that the audio dropped off, that guy was like lightning. He was like, no sound coming through. Gonna let Jason know right away. So thank you, brother. I really appreciate that. And nobody else has shown. We're just about out of time here, and I don't see anybody else who has expressed an interest in a call. But I want to say this. Alex Simpson says, "What is the MC to the sickening anti-white mantra that hate has no home here?" Of course, the word hate is an anti-white slur. So there are a couple ways, and we've discussed a couple different ways. In fact, did we ever put up? I think we did, didn't we? Let me check right now. I think we did. Patrick of Southtown would like a call, so I will call him, and we'll get him talking while I look for this, Alex. And I want to point you directly to, because I think we might have signs to use. All right, Patrick, here comes the call, brother.
Hello, Jason.
Hey, brother, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Oh, man, it's glorious. Another one. Would I get to talk to all these champions, best people in the world? What's on your mind?
Several things.
Okay.
One thing that I'd been curious about recently, something that had happened in my personal life.
Okay.
So I have a friend who is he's a non-white, and specifically, so he's I would say he's conservative, definitely.
Okay.
And he wants to make Mexico better, or like Mexican culture better.
Okay.
But more recently, he's been how do I put it? Seeking out European women. And I don't really know how to go about that particular situation.
Right. Well, one of the first things you can do, and I had, growing up in Northern Virginia, predominantly white, obviously when I was young, but many non-white people from all around the country and the world, because we're right outside of the federal government of the United States, Mordor on the Potomac, as we say. And when there were instances of somebody that I was friends with who was non-white, and they were showing interest in white females, I would inquire as to whether or not this just was an appreciation. Are you just, well, and sometimes I wouldn't even have to inquire because I could observe that it was just wow, she's good looking, but then not actually trying to hook up with them or what have you, versus efforts to actually try to hook up with a white girl, a white woman. Where I saw that this was the case, or where there was confusion, I asked. I just asked, and it can be a little uncomfortable, obviously, but I would bring up the subject and I would say, with encouragement, aren't you more attracted to your own women? Like, I'm more attracted to the women of my race. I can see that there are attractive non-white women, but I find that I'm more attracted to the women of my race. Don't you feel the same way? Isn't there like a similar desire to choose the women of your race? And you can find out a lot about a guy at that time, because I surely did. You find out that if he's, I mean, in some cases, Patrick, they actually said, oh, well, I wouldn't marry a white woman. And so that I immediately knew, and I had to end the friendship.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it's regrettable. But I mean, effectively what you have is somebody in front of you saying, oh, I will just bed down white women. And then when it comes time to actually treat a woman good and get married, it's going to be one of my women from my race. And that's a really, really ugly thing. Just try to imagine saying the same thing to a non-white person. Try to imagine saying to your non-white friend, I'm going to, bed down as many of your women as I can. But then when it comes time to have somebody for the long haul, that's going to be one of my women. I mean, they would, of course, look at you like, are you nuts? What are you saying to me? We only think that we have to, I get to a degree, there's that deferential nature that's sort of very white of us, that we feel, but it's also just sewn into us to feel like we don't deserve to stand up for ourselves. And so it can feel awkward, and it certainly has. But I didn't have to say to all of them. I did say, at least in one case I'm thinking of now, where I said I was not comfortable with this decision to just have sex with the women of my race, and just that in and of itself, I think that was the case. I don't think that was a guy that said he was going to get married to one of his own. But in some of these cases, I didn't have to say, and it's not necessary to have to get them on the phone or get them in person and say, all right, friend X, this is the end of our relationship. I mean, you do that if you're dating someone. The right thing to do when you want to end it is to say to them, as tough as that can be, and maybe you kind of signal it to soften the blow a little bit in different ways, that you're kind of tired of the relationship. And this is at the point where you have tried everything, because do not, in my opinion, get into relationships with people that for sure can't go the long haul. That's just kind of being a whore. So, get into a relationship and you try to make it work, and if it's not going to work, then you kind of signal that you're not quite happy, and then to soften the blow, then you have to tell them. But when it comes to your buddies or whatever, you just can not call them up as much. You can just, there's no obligation there to have to say, I'm not talking to you anymore. Now, what you can do, though, that can be difficult, is to say, I'm not comfortable with that decision. I just want you to know. So I'm not comfortable with the decision that you want to date the women of my race, but you want to build up your people, or just date the women of my race at all. I would not be comfortable with that. And again, you'll find that with most of these cases, Many of these cases, maybe. I mean, for me, I think it was most of them. And it wasn't a lot, but they were happy to have sex with white females, but not so happy to marry them. And there were a couple of reasons there. I think, and one of the reasons being that they knew a woman that was, they believed, and maybe there's truth to it, that it's easier to find a white woman to be a whore with than a non-white woman if you're a non-white male. And of course, it may be particular to some of the non-white races, not to others. But it's a very challenging thing. And, I feel for you, man, because like I said, I had non-white friends that they knew I was white positive. We could be friends. And as long as they were never anti-white, they knew it. So it was very difficult when these sorts of things came to the surface. And maybe one of the first things you can do is just make it very clear that you consider an interracial union to be biological white erasure. And then the ball's in your friend's court at that point. He can then do one or two things. He can be like, wow, okay, he thinks that this is white erasing his people, and he's obviously gonna have a problem with that, just like I would have a problem with Mexican culture being erased. So if I want to remain friends with Patrick of Southtown, I'm not going to pursue this then. This just doesn't seem fair. Or you might say, no, I'm still going to pursue it and screw you. Well, then that relationship regrettably was too tenuous to survive your feelings, was too tenuous to survive your virtues, was too tenuous to survive your desire to preserve your people. And to find that out from somebody is good, is information you want to know, right? You could also discover that, he says, like I said earlier, oh, I don't care. I'm not going to have babies with them. I'm just going to be banging your women all over. Well, that's a problem. You can easily say, depending upon how close you are with the guy, you can easily say, how would you feel if I were just going through all of the women of your race, your sisters out there? I was just using and abusing them. You wouldn't like it. And don't let him say, oh, I wouldn't mind whatsoever, because that's bullshit. It's total BS. So just say, you wouldn't like it, and I'm not happy with this. So I want to continue. If it gets to this point, hey man, I want to still be friends with you. I want to still hang out, want to still game, want to still shoot hoops, lift weights, whatever it is. But this is just, I'm not good with that. So please don't make that decision. I mean, you can say that. There's nothing wrong with expressing how much you value the relationship you have, the friendship you have. That's a good thing. I've done that, let them know that you really value the friendship and you value the time together. And that this particular thing really is unnerving for you and intolerable. Guys are not going to see this, as you know. They're not going to see this as like an assault on their character for which they need to retaliate 100 times fold. That's a female thing. So we have that going for us when we talk to each other, at least. Put it out there. I would suggest, and if that's if you really want to continue that friendship, and choose of the suggestions here what you think will work best for his character and the type of friendship you have with him. But I always tried to preserve the friendship. But I was also mature enough to realize that, hey, if this is really going to be the kind of person they are, then I don't want to have any part of it. And I did the same thing with white people. If they were going to engage in something that I found reprehensible, then I just couldn't continue the relationship. I even had, and I could just keep talking, but I want to get to what else you had to say. But I had conversations with guys when I was like, don't do this anymore, man. Don't be like this anymore. Different things. And they just couldn't stop. One of those guys is in jail now. I don't even know what for. but I don't even want to know what for. But it wasn't something criminal that I was objecting to, but it was, the sort of a lifestyle that could lead to that. So who knows what it was. Maybe got in a fight at a bar and went to jail. Who knows? But yeah, man, I don't envy you, but I've been there. At least I can say that.
Oh wow! Thank you for all of that advice. That's actually really good. I actually took notes too. Yeah, you're exactly right that they wouldn't stand for it, because I've spoken with this friend about this particular thing as it pertains to his own people. He would not like the fact that he told me one day, can you imagine if like Mexicans just disappeared? But a lot of the time he doesn't see it the other way around. So I'm kind of, I don't know. I want to preserve the friendship, and I want to get him to understand it. Like, he clearly sees it from his own perspective, from his racist perspective, but not from mine.
Right.
Or ours.
Yeah.
So yeah, I hope I can. I'm definitely going to try that and try to see if I can talk to him. Thank you for that.
Yeah.
Yeah, and no, I've already lost a ton of friends because of that exact thing. They couldn't stand it, so it's not okay, but it's,
Well, I mean, you're technically at that point, you're discovering that you're losing acquaintances, because if you hold think about this reverse, you have somebody who's a friend, they have a deeply held belief. Let's say that they have, like, for example, I had a friend from Middle East, India, and they have like these religious rooms. And when they told me, this is the religious room, you can't go near it. You can't even get near the closed door, that sort of thing. I was like, okay, that's their thing. They're my friend. I'm fine. I'm not going to, breach this. And so I happily did that for them, for the friendship, because it was a genuine friendship. If you have a deeply held belief and they're like, nah, don't care about your deeply held belief, that's somebody that was just an acquaintance. And then regrettably, you were a friend to them, and they were just not a friend to you. They're not being a friend to you if they don't give a concern for the things you care about. And it's obviously hard to lose folks that you thought were close, because then we have a searching question of ourselves. How did I screw up there? How did I not see that this couldn't work? How did I not see the warning signs? Is there something wrong with me? And so then you begin wondering if you need like an entire retooling, and that loss of that familiar, and that question of, do I have to retool about how I appraise and understand people around me? That's a lot of emotional weight to have to juggle. And so it's not surprising that we're loath to want to get away from it, and loath to want to put off dealing with it. But it's always healthier to, and when you get into new relations, and there are people everywhere, people think that you can make friends like this, and let them know, sooner than later, in a casual way. You don't come out and state, here are my demands for friendship. But do it in a casual way. So anybody that you're starting to get to know, like buddy out there, you're starting to get to know, you can just drop hints, same kind of way you do if you're trying to date somebody. Drop some hints, see how they take it. If they freak out, you're like, all right, well, this will be the last time we play darts. This guy's not right. But if they're like, yeah, and even if they're going to be using the locutions from the anti-white narrative, well, then you're just like, all right, this person seems to be like we can jive maybe. So you have an opportunity when you can't have an infinite number of connections, right? Because to be a friend, you've got to do more than just say hello, goodbye. So when you get rid of somebody whom you thought was a friend, you're making room for genuine friends, and that can be really valuable. That's how I viewed it. I think that's how we should view it too.
Oh no, I concur with that. That makes a lot of sense. To view it that way. They were never your friend from the get-go, just acquaintances. If they don't even care about anything about that means they don't really care about you.
Yes, precisely.
Okay, so that I mean it's tough, but it's not. There's always a better friend waiting around the corner.
Yeah.
There
But really is. Go ahead.
How do I put it? Yeah, no, I've already lost friends to the same thing, and it's getting. I don't want to say it's getting easier, but it's. I'm starting to see like a pattern. It's just a thing. But
there'll be folks like that, man. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Well, I used to be on the left-leaning side, so a lot of people are. I'm the one who changed, so
you got healthy.
Exactly.
You got healthy. But make no mistake, more and more of those folks are going to be coming over, especially as things get worse and worse.
Oh yeah, you can see it. You can see people trying to escape.
Well, they're trying to escape. Yeah, they have to, as their bodies are increasingly imprisoned by circumstance of what anti-whiteism does to us, their minds will increasingly cry out to go free of those cages, and they'll be looking, and looking for answers, and you'll be there, and so will the rest of us. We'll do everything we can to bring them out of this fog, and we'll look back on these days and be like, wow, nobody believed it then, everybody believes it now. It was like when I was working back on the Hill, and nobody believed that, maybe I shouldn't say about the Fed, but they all believed it was part of the government. And I was like, you're nuts. Let me show you. And I went and I researched all that, and now everybody knows that it's not part of the federal government, just about. But we're going to get there, man. So you're going to have a lot of good folks, a lot of good friends.
Oh heck yeah, we're definitely going to get there. No, I'm 100% confident that we can take back everything, which actually is a perfect segue to the California GFC. In terms of taking back the state, I truly believe that we have more than a shot. I specifically wanted to say that we could, if people really want to have in-person events, like you should come join the GFC, and we can start things like Art Walk. There's an arts walk type thing in my town where basically everybody in the town gets together and they showcase various arts, and they sell types of items, whether it be music or dancing, any kind of art. They all come together and do that. We could be doing that with these GFCs. We could be having events like that, but these things cannot come into fruition unless more and more people start to join. And the more people that start to join, the faster we can get these in-person events going. Like we could have community picnics, like Yiz is doing. It's it's awesome. And but we can't do that unless more and more people are up for it. And we can also we'll be able to have be able to develop connections for businesses. I hear people talking about how they want white positive businesses. Well, this is one way to go. This is the best way to go to get it.
Yeah, precisely. California is a stunning place, and we have made it infinitely more beautiful with Western civilization, and we can make it beautiful beyond imagination today. It's full of wonderful, wonderful Westmen, men, women, and children. And we shouldn't just keep retreating. Find a safe place and then get involved, participate with these GFCs, and follow the great example of Patrick of Southtown. Thank you so much, brother. Is there any final thoughts before we let you go?
Oh, one more thing, just to shout out to my friends who've been helping me, Nathaniel Nelson, Mr. V, McLeod. They've been really helpful in terms of encouraging me, and I wouldn't have gotten the courage to do the in-person thing where I had gone to the BLM event.
Oh yeah.
You know, I wouldn't have gotten that the courage for that. It's basically, you know, it's thanks to them.
Great. Thank you for saying that and giving them appreciation, especially in a public way like this. Thank you so much, brother. That's wonderful.
Of course. And thank you so much, Jason, for everything that you've done.
Well, I appreciate that. I appreciate you. And we're looking forward to you doing many more wonderful things. I can tell, I can hear it in your voice that you're going to make it happen. And you're welcome to call anytime you want.
Thank you so much, Jason.
Promethean Hails, brother.
Promethean Hails.
Wow. Those can be some tough decisions. We're talking about Patrick of Southtown there. Maybe you have the exact same life experience. Thank God he had the courage to speak up and to ask, how do I handle this? You know, just looking for some help from people. You can do that in the GFCs. You can go to your brothers and sisters in the GFC. We have the links for the community chat. We have in the description below, we have the link for the outreach teams in the description below. Get involved. Your life can improve. You're going to have to participate. And a big thank you to Patrick for bringing up that question, a difficult question. And I hope it goes smoothly for him. I hope his non-white friend decides, hey, this guy means a lot to me. He's a good friend. I'm not going to make him feel uncomfortable with this. It's not that important to me. We have over here on Cash App, and God bless you, brother, another magnificent champion, Brad C. over there, financially gifting $20. We love this guy. He writes folk tithings, and then a white heart emoji. True champion. Thank you all. Every red cent gifted is beyond meaning to me, and I really do appreciate it. Elaine says, no white guilt, check out the video footage of Compton, Oakland, San Francisco, LA before new whites gained numerical, or the non-whites, I'm sorry, non-whites gained numerical courage there. Yes, what these places looked like before the non-white people that are there gained numerical courage, which means that they began, nothing evil about that. It just means that they began to, they felt confident enough that they could project what they are biospiritually onto their environment, rather than just being an entity moving around our projection. And once that happened, it began to look much more like them, much less like us. And it's kind of strange. I've seen these videos and these photographs of these places that were, and you know, it'd be really powerful, a video like that to be made of all of these places all around the world, taking the old video. This is what London used to look like. This is what New York, this is what Los Angeles, this is what Atlanta, this is what all these different cities around the world. This is what Sydney looked like. This is what they looked like then, when it belonged and was the pearl of Western civilization, let us say, these cities. And now this is what it looks like today. White erasure. There's no debating there when you look at something like that you've looked at white erasure. And it's something that, maybe the movie could be called White Erasure. And it has all of this footage, juxtapositioning all these things. And all it's meant to do is to convey the white erasure of Western civilization, calling it white erasure. What would not work there? Calling it white genocide. I know a lot of people are loyal to folks who came up with that, and more power to them. I love them. They're great folks. I'm glad that they're who they are and doing what they do. But down deep in your heart that calling it white erasure is going to reach our brothers and sisters, especially in a film like that, than calling it white genocide, because our brothers and sisters will be looking for the piles of bodies. We had Alex Simpson, as we're getting ready to wrap it up here in the final seconds. Alex Simpson asked about the Hate Has No Home Here anti-white MP and the slogan, and you see on these signs all the time in front of people's houses. Very disgusting. They're posted sometimes at churches and things. We have signs that you can download the image, and I believe Fornell made these. So big round of applause for Fornell, his hard work. And one of them says, and you can use this in conversation as well, anti-white hate has no home here. Wouldn't that be something if somebody says, you know what, hate has no home in this school? You know, does anti-white hate have home in this school? Well, what? Yeah, exactly. There's another sign there that says anti-whiteism has no home here. That would be nice. Put right in the front yard. Anti-whiteism has no home here, right across the street from somebody making their anti-white statement. They'll know what you're talking about. There'll be no misunderstanding. And you'll understand why they keep giving you the stink eye. Every time you go to your car, go to and from work, you'll know why that is. Folks, it's been a wonderful gathering. We went a little bit long, and that's good. We learned a lot, and please share this. Please spread this. Please tell people about this. And please, when you show up here, don't try to give us lessons about how things have always been done and things are done and all of that. Come here, learn the practice of going free. You don't like getting better. You don't like accessing your latent abilities. You don't like spreading concepts that empower our brothers and sisters. Well, we bid you adieu and victories elsewhere, just like I do when firing people. But I love you all. Let's go free.